Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Creation. In the beginning, there was nothing but the void. A vast expanse of nothingness that stretched beyond mortal comprehension, where neither light nor darkness held meaning, for there was nothing to illuminate and nothing to cast shadows upon. This was the time before time, the age before ages, when existence itself was but a whisper in the cosmic wind that had not yet learned to blow. From this primordial emptiness came the first stirring of consciousness, not born but awakened, as if the void itself had grown weary of its own silence. This was the birth of Au, the Overgod, the hidden one whose true name mortals dare not speak, for he is both the creator and the boundary of all creation. Au did not emerge from nothingness. He simply was, as inevitable as the concept of existence itself, the first thought that dared to think itself into being. But even gods, it seems, cannot bear solitude for eternity. From Au's contemplation of his own existence came the need for something more, something other than the perfect sterile void that had been his domain. And so, with a thought that shattered the silence of forever, Ol spoke creation into existence, not with words, for language had not yet been conceived, but with pure will crystallized into reality. The first act of creation was not gentle. The birth of Toril came through cosmic violence that would make the mightiest storms seem like gentle breezes. Matter coalesced from nothingness in explosions of impossible heat and pressure, as the fundamental forces of the universe fought for supremacy in the new realm that O had decreed should exist. Fire battled water, earth struggled against air, and from their eternal conflict came the raw materials from which worlds are forged. Toril formed not as a paradise, but as a battleground where the elements themselves were locked in perpetual war. Vast seas of boiling magma covered continents of ice that formed and melted in endless cycles, while hurricanes of acid rain swept across landscapes that changed with each passing moment. This was creation in its rawest form, beautiful and terrible, a world being born through violence and chaos, shaped by forces that cared nothing for the comfort of creatures not yet imagined. Into this maelstrom of elemental fury, Ao cast fragments of his own divine essence, scattering them like seeds across the turbulent world. These fragments would become the first gods, not the petty, squabbling deities that mortals would later worship, but primordial forces of nature given consciousness and will. They were born from the very stones and storms of the new world, their power drawn from the elements themselves, their purposes as fundamental as gravity and as mysterious as the tides. Selûne emerged from the silver light that danced upon the first calm waters, her essence intertwined with the gentle face that Toril's new moon would one day show to those who gazed upon it in wonder. She was beauty and mystery, the soft illumination that would guide travelers through darkness, the gentle influence that would pull the tides and stir the hearts of lovers yet to be born. In her light was the promise of peace, the hope that even in the darkest night dawn would eventually come. But light cannot exist without shadow, and from the deepest darkness came Shar, Selûne's sister and eternal opposite. Where Selûne brought illumination, Shar embraced the void. Where the moon goddess offered hope, the Lady of Loss provided the comforting embrace of nothingness, the sweet release of forgetting. Shar was not evil in those early days. She was simply necessary, the darkness that gave meaning to light, the the silence that made music possible, the emptiness that allowed things to exist within it. The two sisters danced across the young world, their eternal ballet shaping the rhythm of day and night, the cycle of seasons, the ebb and flow of fortune that would define all mortal existence. Where they danced together, beauty flourished. Where they danced apart, dramatic landscapes were carved from living rock. Their love and their rivalry became the fundamental forces that would drive all future creation, the cosmic tension that would make life itself possible. Yet even these primordial deities could not long remain alone in their cosmic dance. From the depths of the earth rose Chantea, the Great Mother, whose essence was drawn from the fertile soil and growing things. She looked upon the violent world and saw not chaos but potential, the raw materials from which gardens could be grown, from which life in all its infinite variety could spring forth. Chantea was patience personified, the slow wisdom of growing things, the understanding that all great works require time to reach their full flowering. Where Chantea's influence touched the world, the violence began to calm, magma cooled into rich, dark soil. Acid rains became gentle showers that nourished the first primitive plants. The endless storms found rhythm and pattern, becoming the weather that would sustain rather than destroy. Under her guidance, Toril began to stabilize, to find balance between the competing forces that had shaped its birth. But creation is never without cost, and the stabilization of the world came at a price that would echo through all the ages to come. The elemental chaos that had given birth to Narration did not simply disappear. It was contained, compressed, forced into hidden corners of reality, where it waited with infinite patience for its chance to break free once more. In the deepest caverns of the earth, primordial forces slumbered fitfully, their dreams troubled by memories of the time when they had shaped the very foundations of existence. The far realm, that alien space beyond the boundaries of rational reality, pressed against the new creation like water against a dam, seeking entry into this ordered universe that all had wrought. Its influence seeped through the cracks between dimensions, bringing madness and impossible geometries that would one day spawn the aberrations that haunt the nightmares of mortals. Even in these earliest days, the seeds of future horror were being planted in the fertile soil of new creation. As the world found its form, and the first gods established their domains, time itself began to flow in recognizable patterns. The sun, born from flames that had cooled to merely cosmic in their intensity, began its eternal journey across skies that slowly cleared of the smoke and ash of creation. Days and nights found their rhythm, seasons established their cycles, and the great wheel of time began to turn, with the measured pace that would carry ages into eternity. Yet even as order emerged from chaos, the fundamental tensions that had shaped creation remained. The balance between light and dark, between order and entropy, between creation and destruction, became the engine that would drive all future history. Every age would see this cosmic conflict played out in new forms, with new players, but always following the same eternal patterns that had been established in those first moments when thought became reality. The gods, those fragments of Allah's will given form and purpose, began to understand their roles in the great drama that was unfolding. They were not merely powerful beings, they were the living embodiments of natural forces, the personifications of abstract concepts that mortals would one day need names for. Love and war, wisdom and folly, life and death, all found their divine representatives among the pantheon that was slowly taking shape in those prehistoric halls of power. But with consciousness came ambition, and with ambition came the first stirrings of conflict among the divine. Each god saw the world through the lens of their own nature, and each believed their vision of what creation should become was the one true path. Saloon desired a world of gentle beauty, where her light could bring peace to all living things. Shar saw the wisdom in darkness, the strength that could only be found by embracing loss and forgetting the pain of existence. Chantea dreamed of endless gardens where life could flourish in infinite variety. These competing visions would shape all of creation's future, for the gods were not content to merely observe the world they had helped to birth. They began to reach out with their power, to reshape and mold according to their individual desires. Mountains rose where gods desired monuments to their glory. Seas deepened where divine tears fell upon the earth. Forests spread where patience and growth were valued above all else. The world that emerged from this divine sculpting was one of impossible beauty and terrible danger, where wonders and horrors existed side by side in delicate balance. Great crystal formations thrust toward the sky like frozen prayers, while deep chasms opened like wounds in the earth's flesh, revealing glimpses of the elemental chaos that still churned in the world's heart. This was Narration in its youth, raw, powerful, magnificent, and utterly alien to any mortal who might one day walk its surface. In the depths of the earth, the first stirrings of life began to emerge. Not the complex creatures that would one day rule continents, but simple things, beings of pure elemental essence that embodied the fundamental forces of creation. Earth elementals shaped the first mountains with the patience of geological ages. Water elementals carved the first rivers and established the patterns of rainfall that would sustain all future life. Air elementals brought the winds that would carry seeds and scents across vast distances, while fire elementals forged the deep furnaces that would warm the world's core for eons to come. These primal beings were not truly alive as mortals would understand the term. They were forces of nature given minimal consciousness, their existence entirely devoted to fulfilling their essential purposes. They knew no love, no hate, no ambition beyond the completion of their assigned tasks. They were the world's first inhabitants, the workers who laid the foundations upon which all future civilizations would build. Yet even in these simple beings lay the seeds of complexity to come. As they worked, shaped by divine will but not entirely controlled by it, they began to develop their own patterns of behavior, their own primitive preferences and aversions. Some earth elementals began to favor certain types of stone over others. Some water elementals found themselves drawn to particular depths or temperatures. These were the first glimmerings of individual personality, the earliest hints that consciousness, once awakened, would inevitably grow beyond its original boundaries. The gods watched this development with fascination and growing concern. They had created servants, but those servants were slowly becoming something more, beings with their own desires, their own interpretations of the tasks they had been given. What had begun as perfect obedience was gradually becoming creative interpretation, and creative interpretation was only a step away from outright rebellion. This concern would prove prophetic, for as the elementals grew in sophistication, they began to question the wisdom of their creator's commands. Why should earth always yield to water? Why should fire always be contained by air? These questions led to conflicts among the elementals themselves, and these conflicts began to reshape the world in ways the gods had not intended. The first great war was not fought by mortals with swords and spears, but by living forces of nature, using the very elements as weapons. When fire elementals battled earth elementals, volcanoes erupted with such violence that entire continents were reshaped. When water elementals fought air elementals, storms arose that lasted for centuries, reshaping coastlines and carving new river channels across the landscape. The gods found themselves forced to intervene in these conflicts, not as distant overseers, but as active participants in struggles that threatened to unmake everything they had worked to create. This marked the end of the age of pure creation and the beginning of the age of divine politics, where power and influence became tools to be wielded in the service of competing visions of what reality should become. As this first great age drew to a close, Narration had found its essential form, a world of incredible diversity and beauty, but also one where conflict was woven into the very fabric of existence. The stage was set for the great dramas that would follow, the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth of mortal races, the endless struggle between order and chaos that would define all future ages. The primordial forces that had shaped creation were not destroyed or banished. They were merely contained, waiting in the deep places of the world for their chance to break free once more. The gods had learned that their power, while vast, was not unlimited. They could shape reality, but they could not control it completely. Free will, once introduced into creation, would forever remain beyond the reach of absolute control, and in this limitation lay both the tragedy and the glory of all that was to come. For it is only when beings are free to choose their own paths that their choices have meaning. The age of pure creation was ending, but the age of true life, complex, contradictory, magnificent, and terrible, was about to begin. The cosmos held its breath, waiting for the first creatures who would look upon this magnificent world and dare to call it home. Chapter 2. The Age of Dragons. There is a primal truth written in fire and scale, carved into the bones of mountains and whispered in the depths of ancient hordes. Power without wisdom is the seed of its own destruction. In the eons following creation's violent birth, when the world was young and malleable as clay in a potter's hands, this truth would be written in letters of flame across continents by the first true rulers of Toril, the great worms whose dominion would last for millions of years, yet whose very magnificence carried within it the certainty of their eventual decline. From the cooling magma of creation's forge came the first dragons, not born as lesser creatures are born, but crystallized from the elemental chaos itself like living gemstones of pure power. They were manifestations of the world's own fierce spirit, beings in whom the raw forces that had shaped Toril found their most perfect expression. Each was a masterwork of creation's art, scales harder than the finest steel, wings that could blot out the sun, and breath that could remake landscapes with a single exhalation. The metallic dragons emerged first, their scales gleaming with the luster of precious metals drawn from the earth's deep places. Gold dragons arose with the wisdom of ages already burning in their ancient eyes, their very presence radiating the kind of majesty that makes mortals weep without understanding why. Silver dragons took flight on wings that caught starlight and reflected it back, transformed, their voices carrying melodies that could heal broken hearts or shatter stone with equal ease. Bronze, brass, and copper dragons followed, each embodying different aspects of nobility and power, their forms perfectly suited to the roles they would play in the great drama unfolding across the young world. Yet where there is light, shadow must follow, and from the deeper, darker places of the earth came the chromatic dragons, beings of elemental fury and primal hunger, whose very existence challenged the ordered beauty of their metallic kin. Red dragons burst forth from volcanic fires, their scales the color of fresh blood, their hearts burning with an eternal flame that could never be quenched. Black dragons rose from fetid swamps and poisoned marshes, their acid breath capable of dissolving even stone, their malice as corrosive as their physical weapons. Blue, green, and white dragons completed this terrible pantheon, each a living avatar of destructive force, beautiful in their own terrible way, yet carrying within them the seeds of endless conflict. The world in those days was vast beyond mortal comprehension, its continents unmarked by borders or the small concerns of lesser creatures. Primeval forests stretched from horizon to horizon, their canopies so thick that sunlight struggled to reach the forest floor, where ancient trees grew to sizes that would humble mountains. Oceans of crystal clarity reflected skies unmarred by smoke, or the haze of civilization, their depths hiding wonders that no mortal eye has ever glimpsed. Rivers ran clean and pure, carving through landscapes of breathtaking beauty, where every vista seemed crafted by an artist's hand. Into this pristine realm, the dragons spread like living forces of nature, each claiming territories vast enough to contain entire future kingdoms. They were not conquerors in any sense that later mortals would understand. They were simply the natural rulers of a world that seemed made for beings of their magnificence. A single ancient red might claim dominion over mountain ranges that stretched beyond the horizon, while an ancient blue would rule territories of desert and storm, where lightning danced perpetually across skies of electric blue. The early dragons were beings of pure instinct and overwhelming power, their intelligence vast but alien, their thoughts moving in patterns that would seem incomprehensible to later mortal minds. They did not build cities or establish governments. They simply were, existing as natural phenomena in dragon form. Their hordes began not from greed, as lesser creatures understand it, but from an instinctive recognition that beauty and power should be concentrated, preserved, and protected from the chaos that constantly threatened to reclaim the world. These first hordes were not mere accumulations of treasure, but carefully curated collections of the world's most perfect manifestations. A gold dragon might spend centuries seeking the single most flawless ruby in existence, not from avarice, but from an aesthetic imperative that demanded nothing less than perfection. Ancient blues collected storm-forged crystals that captured the essence of lightning in solid form, while ancient greens gathered specimens of perfect plant life that embodied the very concept of growth and verdancy. As the millennia passed, the dragons began to develop more complex behaviors, their vast intelligences gradually awakening to possibilities beyond mere territorial dominance. They discovered that they could shape their domains not merely through force, but through careful cultivation. Ancient golds began experimenting with creating beauty, causing flowers to bloom in impossible colors, teaching rivers to sing as they flowed, crafting aurora effects in night skies that turned darkness into living art. The chromatic dragons, driven by different impulses, turned their attention to perfecting forms of destruction and terror. Ancient reds learned to control volcanic activity, causing eruptions that could reshape entire regions according to their whims. Ancient blacks mastered the art of controlled decay, creating swamplands where death and rebirth existed in perfect, terrible balance. These were not acts of mindless destruction, but sophisticated expressions of aesthetic principles that valued power and fear as forms of dark beauty. Communication between dragons in these early ages was a complex art form, involving not just words, but displays of power, territorial markings, and elaborate ritual flights that could last for days. When two ancient dragons met, the encounter was a carefully choreographed dance of dominance and respect, where the slightest gesture carried meanings that could determine whether the meeting would end in alliance, rivalry, or devastating conflict. The first great dragon wars began not from hatred or territorial disputes, but from fundamental philosophical differences about what the world should become. The metallic dragons, inheriting something of the creative impulse that had shaped existence itself, began to envision a world where beauty and harmony could exist in perfect balance. They dreamed of landscapes where every element contributed to a greater aesthetic whole, where power was exercised with wisdom and restraint. The chromatic dragons saw this vision as a betrayal of the world's essential nature. To them, the universe was fundamentally chaotic, and any attempt to impose artificial order was an insult to the primal forces that had given them birth. They believed that true beauty could only exist in contrast to destruction, that joy was meaningless without terror, that the very concept of peace required the constant possibility of violence to give it meaning. These philosophical differences might have remained abstract for eons, but the discovery of magic changed everything. The first dragons to learn to manipulate the raw forces of creation found that their already overwhelming power could be amplified beyond all previous limits. Ancient golds learned to weave spells that could bring dead lands back to life, while ancient reds mastered magics that could turn entire forests to ash with a single word. Magic, however, came with a price that none of the dragons initially understood. Each spell cast, each manipulation of reality's fundamental forces, created tiny fractures in the fabric of existence itself. These fractures were insignificant individually, barely noticeable even to beings of draconic perception, but they accumulated over time, like stress fractures in stone, gradually weakening the very foundations of the ordered universe. The first signs of trouble appeared when some dragons began to change in ways that had nothing to do with age or experience. Their scales would shift color overnight, their breath weapons would alter without warning, and their personalities would undergo radical transformations that left even other dragons bewildered. These were the first Dracolicious, dragons whose souls had become corrupted by exposure to the unstable magical energies they had helped to unleash. The sight of their own kind, transformed into undead abominations, sent shockwaves through dragon society. For the first time in their existence, the great worms faced the possibility that their power might not be infinite, that there were forces in the universe capable of corrupting even their magnificent forms. This realization sparked the first true war between dragons, as different factions blamed each other for the catastrophe that had befallen their race. The War of Scales, as later scholars would name it, raged across Toril for thousands of years, reshaping continents and altering the very climate of the world. When ancient dragons fought with the full fury of their magical might, the results were cataclysmic beyond mortal comprehension. Entire mountain ranges were reduced to rubble, seas boiled away into vapor, and forests were turned to crystalline sculptures by breath weapons of unimaginable power. The chromatic dragons, embracing the chaos that the magical corruption had brought, began deliberately seeking ways to enhance their power through dark transformations. They made pacts with entities from the far realm, bargained with primordial forces that still slumbered in the earth's depths, and experimented with magic so dangerous that even their vast constitutions were strained to the breaking point. The metallic dragons, horrified by what their kin had become, attempted to restore order through increasingly desperate measures. They sought to bind the chaotic magics that had been unleashed, to heal the fractures in reality that were allowing alien influences to seep into the world. Their efforts only accelerated the process of magical decay, as each attempt to impose order created new instabilities in the cosmic fabric. As the war raged on, both sides began to realize that they were fighting a losing battle against forces that none of them truly understood. The world itself was changing in response to the massive magical energies being unleashed, becoming more dangerous and unpredictable with each passing century. Storms of raw magic began to sweep across the landscape, transforming everything they touched in random and often horrifying ways. It was during this period of chaos that the first signs of other intelligent life began to appear. Whether drawn by the magical energies or simply evolving naturally in the changed environment, primitive creatures began to display capabilities that went beyond mere animal intelligence. The dragons, locked in their eternal conflicts, paid little attention to these developments at first, dismissing them as insignificant curiosities in a world dominated by draconic power. This dismissal would prove to be a critical error in judgment. The new intelligent races, while individually weak compared to dragons, possessed something that the great worms had never developed: the ability to work together toward common goals. They learned to cooperate, to share knowledge, to build upon the achievements of previous generations in ways that gradually accumulated into genuine power. The creator races that would emerge from this period, the Seruk, the Batraki, the Ieri, and others, represented a fundamental shift in the nature of civilization on Toril. Where dragons were solitary beings whose power was individual and temporary, these new races created collective achievements that could outlast any single member. They built cities that could house thousands, developed technologies that could be passed down through generations, and most importantly, they learned to use magic in ways that distributed its risks across multiple practitioners. The dragons, weakened by their long wars and increasingly isolated by their own pride, found themselves facing a new kind of challenge. It was not the direct confrontation they understood, but a gradual erosion of their dominance through the accumulated achievements of lesser beings. Cities began to appear in territories that dragons had claimed for millions of years. Trade routes crossed draconic domains without seeking permission. Technologies emerged that could threaten even ancient worms when wielded by sufficient numbers of determined enemies. The response of individual dragons to this challenge varied greatly. Some attempted to maintain their traditional dominance through increasingly violent displays of power, laying waste to entire civilizations to demonstrate that the age of dragons was far from over. Others chose to retreat to remote domains where they could continue their ancient ways undisturbed. A few, recognizing the changing nature of the world, began to experiment with ruling these new civilizations, rather than simply dominating the territories they inhabited. It was this last group that would ultimately determine the legacy of the Age of Dragons. Those ancient worms who learned to work with rather than against the rising creator races discovered that their individual power could be amplified rather than diminished by association with organized civilizations. They became the first dragon kings and queens, ruling not through fear alone, but through a combination of overwhelming might and political sophistication. These dragon-ruled civilizations achieved wonders that neither species could have accomplished alone. Cities of impossible beauty rose from landscapes shaped by draconic power, their architecture incorporating principles that only beings capable of flight could truly appreciate. Magical techniques were developed that combined the raw power of draconic breath weapons with the subtle precision of mortal spellcasting. Art forms emerged that required both draconic longevity and mortal creativity to reach their full flowering. Yet even these successes carried within them the seeds of future failure. The creator races, while grateful for draconic protection and guidance, never forgot that they were junior partners in these arrangements. They learned everything they could from their dragon overlords, while quietly developing capabilities that would eventually allow them to stand as equals. Knowledge was power, and knowledge, unlike territory or treasure, could be shared without being diminished. The end of the Age of Dragons came not with a great war or catastrophic defeat, but with a gradual realization that the world had changed beyond their ability to control. The creator races had developed magical techniques that could counter draconic advantages, had built civilizations that could survive the death of any individual dragon, and had accumulated knowledge that in some areas surpassed even ancient draconic wisdom. The great worms found themselves faced with a choice: adapt to a world where they were no longer the undisputed masters, or retreat from active involvement in a civilization that had grown beyond their understanding. Many chose retreat, withdrawing to hidden lairs where they could maintain the illusion of absolute dominance over carefully controlled domains. Others chose adaptation, becoming advisors, allies, or even subjects of the civilizations they had once ruled. A few, driven by pride or madness, chose to fight the inevitable change with every ounce of their ancient power. These became the great rogue dragons of legend, ancient beings whose refusal to accept the new order made them enemies of all civilized life. Their individual stories would become the foundation for countless tales of heroism and tragedy, as mortals learned that even the mightiest dragons could be brought low by courage, cunning, and cooperation. The legacy of the Age of Dragons was written not just in the hordes they left behind, or the ruins of their great works, but in the fundamental changes they had wrought in the nature of power itself. They had shown that individual might, no matter how overwhelming, could not indefinitely resist the accumulated achievements of cooperative civilizations. They had demonstrated that magic, for all its potential, carried risks that could corrupt even the most magnificent beings. Most importantly, they had proven that all dominance, no matter how long-lasting, must eventually give way to new forms of power and organization. As the age drew to a close, the surviving dragons looked upon a world that was still magnificent, but no longer theirs alone. The creator races were building civilizations that would dwarf anything the dragons had achieved, developing magics that would reshape the very nature of reality, and telling stories that would make even ancient worms seem like characters in a larger tale rather than the authors of destiny itself. The wheel of time had turned, and the age of individual supremacy was giving way to the age of collective achievement. The dragons, for all their power and wisdom, had learned the hardest lesson of all, that even immortals must eventually yield to the inexorable march of change. Their time as the undisputed masters of Toril was ending, but their influence would echo through all the ages to come, a reminder that true greatness lies not in the accumulation of power, but in the wisdom to use that power in service of something greater than oneself. Chapter 3. The Creator Races. Ambition is the fire that forges greatness, but it is also the flame that consumes those who feed it without wisdom. In the twilight of the Age of Dragons, when the great worms still ruled from mountain peaks and volcanic lairs, but no longer commanded the absolute dominion they had once known, New powers stirred in the depths of Toril. These were not the individual magnificence of ancient dragons, but something altogether more dangerous, the collective will of entire civilizations bent toward reshaping reality itself according to their vision of perfection. The first to rise were the Saruk, the serpent people whose empire would span continents and whose magical achievements would echo through all subsequent ages. They emerged from the warm, humid regions where the world's life force flowed most strongly, their scaled forms perfectly adapted to environments that would challenge even the hardiest of creatures. The Saruk were not born as conquerors. They evolved into them, their intelligence growing alongside their magical capabilities until they stood as the first true civilization builders in Toril's history. In the great city of Okoth, carved from living stone in the heart of what would one day become the Villon Reach, the Saruk established the first genuine empire that Toril had ever seen. Their architecture defied conventional understanding, with buildings that seemed to grow from the earth itself, their walls pulsing with a lifelike rhythm that suggested they were as much organism as structure. Streets followed the natural curves of serpentine movement, creating patterns that were both beautiful and subtly disorienting to those not born to their design. The Saruk possessed a fundamental understanding of life magic that surpassed even the dragon's instinctive mastery of elemental forces. They could shape living tissue as easily as a sculptor shapes clay, creating new forms of life that served their empire's needs. Their slave races were not captured from existing populations. They were crafted from base biological material, designed with specific purposes in mind, and bred with absolute loyalty encoded into their very essence. The UNT were their greatest success, serpentine humanoids that combined the Saruk's magical aptitude with forms better suited for manual labor and warfare. Each caste of UNT was precisely engineered for its role, the purebloods to serve as infiltrators and diplomats among mammalian races, the Malicens to act as soldiers and administrators, and the abominations to serve as living weapons of terrible power. The UNT were not merely servants, they were extensions of Saruk will made flesh, as loyal and efficient as their creator's own limbs. But the Saruk's ambitions extended far beyond creating perfect servants. They sought to remake the entire world in their image, to create a global ecosystem where every creature, every plant, every microorganism served the grand design of serpentine supremacy. Their biomages worked for centuries to develop plagues that would eliminate competing life forms while leaving their own creations untouched. They crafted magical diseases that could rewrite the genetic structure of existing creatures, slowly transforming them into forms more compatible with Saruk civilization. The scale of their vision was matched only by their patience. The Saruk thought in geological time, planning transformations that would take millennia to complete. They planted magical seeds that would not sprout for thousands of years, encoding instructions that would activate only when specific astronomical conditions were met. Their empire was designed not just to dominate the present, but to ensure that their influence would shape the world's development for ages beyond counting. Yet even as the Saruk built their empire of living architecture and engineered servants, other creator races were rising to challenge their dominion. In the great swamplands and coastal regions, the Batraki emerged as masters of a completely different approach to magical civilization. Where the Saruk sought to control life through precise engineering, the Batraki embraced chaos and transformation as sources of power. The Batrachi were amphibious beings whose forms shifted constantly, never quite settling on a single shape for more than a few hours at a time. This physical instability was not a weakness but a strength, allowing them to adapt instantly to any environment or challenge they encountered. Their cities were built partly above water and partly below, with structures that could shift between states of matter as easily as their builders shifted between forms. The magical practices of the Batrachi were based on controlled chaos, harnessing the fundamental forces of change and mutation that the Saruk tried so hard to regulate. They created items of power that would transform to meet their wielders' needs, weapons that evolved in response to the threats they faced, and spells that grew stronger through unpredictability. rather than precision. Their greatest achievement was the development of chaos magic, a form of spellcasting that drew power from the infinite possibility inherent in uncontrolled change. Where the Saruk created perfect servants, the Batraki spawned races of magnificent unpredictability. The bullywugs, the slad, and countless other amphibious creatures emerged from Batraki experimentation with evolutionary acceleration. Each new race was a conscious experiment in biological possibility, designed not for specific functions, but to explore the limits of what life could become when freed from natural constraints. The conflict between Saruk order and Batraki chaos was inevitable, but it took forms that neither side anticipated. Rather than direct warfare, their opposition manifested as a competition to see whose approach could shape the world's future development more completely. The Saruk sought to impose stability and control on every living system, while the Batraki introduced elements of unpredictability that constantly undermined those efforts. High above this terrestrial struggle, the Ares soared through skies that knew no boundaries, save those imposed by their own imagination. These avian beings had evolved far beyond their animal origins, developing not just intelligence, but a form of consciousness that thought in 3 dimensions, rather than the 2-dimensional patterns that bound earthbound races. Their cities were built on mountain peaks and floating islands, connected by wind currents and magical flight paths that created a civilization of the upper atmosphere. The aware perspective on magic differed fundamentally from that of their earthbound contemporaries. Where the Saruk saw magic as a tool for controlling life and the Batraki viewed it as a force of transformation, the aware understood magic as pure freedom, the ability to transcend physical limitations and achieve perfect harmony with the natural forces that shaped the world. Their spells were things of beauty first and utility second, designed to enhance rather than dominate the environment in which they were cast. Flight magic reached its first golden age under Asheri development. They created winds that could carry messages across continents, weather patterns that could be guided like rivers in the sky, and aerial cities that moved with the seasons to remain in perfect climatic conditions year-round. Their knowledge of atmospheric magic was so complete that they could create localized weather systems, generate lightning on demand, and even manipulate the very composition of the air itself. Greatest contribution to magical theory was the concept of elemental harmony, the idea that true power came not from forcing the elements to serve unnatural purposes, but from understanding their essential natures so completely that cooperation became inevitable. An IRA weather worker didn't command storms. They became part of the storm system, guiding its development through perfect synchronization with atmospheric forces. Yet the IRA's very elevation above earthbound concerns proved to be their greatest weakness. They developed a civilization of magnificent beauty and perfect theoretical understanding, but they remained fundamentally detached from the practical struggles that shaped the world below. When conflicts arose between the terrestrial creator races, the Array observed with scholarly interest but rarely intervened, believing that their aerial perspective gave them superior wisdom that was best preserved through non-involvement. In the deepest places of the earth, where volcanic fires burned eternal and the planet's molten heart beat with primordial rhythm, the fourth great creator race was stirring to awareness. The beings that would become known as the Earth Lords were not born from evolution or magical transformation. They were awakened from the living stone itself. Consciousness emerging from geological processes that had been grinding away since the world's formation. These deep dwellers thought in terms of continental drift and tectonic pressure, their plans unfolding over millions of years as they slowly reshaped the world's foundation, according to patterns of perfect geometric harmony. They carved vast underground cities from solid bedrock, created cavern systems that stretched beneath entire continents, and established trade routes through the deep earth that connected distant regions of the surface world. The Earth Lord's mastery of geological magic allowed them to influence seismic activity, control volcanic eruptions, and even alter the fundamental composition of stone and metal. They created the first great underground civilizations, establishing kingdoms in cavern systems so vast that their inhabitants never saw sunlight yet lived in communities that numbered in the millions. Their approach to civilization building differed radically from that of the surface creator races. Where others sought to impose their will upon existing natural systems, the Earth Lords worked with geological processes that already existed, accelerating and guiding them rather than attempting to override them completely. Their cities grew like crystal formations, following natural stress patterns in the stone to create structures of impossible beauty and perfect structural integrity. Yet the Earth Lords' greatest achievement was also their greatest curse. In their quest to create perfect geological harmony, they developed magical techniques that could influence the fundamental forces holding continents together. They learned to channel tectonic energy as a source of magical power, drawing upon the Earth's own structural tensions to fuel spells of unprecedented magnitude. The first signs that these experiments were dangerous came when isolated sections of the deep kingdoms began to collapse without warning. Cavern systems that had been stable for millions of years suddenly shifted, crushing entire cities in moments. Volcanic activity increased dramatically in regions where Earthlord magic was most concentrated, and new fault lines began to appear along previously stable continental boundaries. The Earthlords initially dismissed these problems as minor side effects of their great work, confident that their understanding of geological forces was sufficient to prevent any major catastrophic outcomes. They continued their experiments with tectonic magic, each new achievement convincing them that they were close to mastering the fundamental forces that shaped planetary development. As the creator races developed their respective civilizations and magical traditions, contact between them became increasingly frequent and increasingly fraught with danger. Each group believed that their approach to magic and civilization represented the only true path to perfecting the world, and each saw the other's achievements as dangerous aberrations that threatened the natural order. The Saruk viewed the Batraki's chaos magic as a form of madness that could unravel the careful biological engineering that their empire depended upon. The sight of Batraki shapeshifters infiltrating their perfect hierarchies and introducing unpredictable elements into their controlled breeding programs filled them with the kind of horror that only beings of absolute order could experience when confronted with pure chaos. The Batraki, in turn, saw the Saruk's rigid control systems as a form of death, the elimination of all possibility for growth, change, and improvement that made existence meaningful. They launched magical attacks designed not to destroy Saruk's civilization directly, but to introduce chaotic elements that would cause their perfectly ordered systems to evolve beyond their creator's ability to control. The Eiri, observing these conflicts from their aerial perspective, initially attempted to serve as mediators between the terrestrial races. Their diplomatic efforts were undermined by their fundamental inability to understand the passions that drove earthbound creatures to such extremes of behavior. To beings who lived in perfect harmony with wind and weather, the fierce territorial instincts and resource competition that motivated their earthbound cousins seemed primitive and irrational. The Earthlords, when they became aware of the surface conflicts at all, tended to view them as temporary disturbances that would resolve themselves in geological time. Their perspective was so long-term that wars lasting centuries seemed like brief quarrels, and the rise and fall of entire civilizations appeared to be minor fluctuations in the overall pattern of planetary development. These fundamental differences in perspective and priorities made meaningful cooperation between the creator races virtually impossible, despite the fact that their combined achievements could have reshaped Toril into a paradise beyond imagining. Instead, their interactions were characterized by misunderstanding, suspicion, and an escalating series of magical conflicts that would ultimately doom all of their civilizations. The first great war between creator races began when Saruk bioweapons, designed to eliminate Batrashi population centers, mutated under the influence of chaos magic and began attacking their own creators instead. The transformed plagues spread rapidly through Saruk territories, causing mass die-offs that left entire regions depopulated and vulnerable to conquest by other races. The Batraki, horrified by the effectiveness of their defensive response, attempted to contain the spread of the mutated diseases. Their efforts only made the situation worse, as chaos magic proved inherently unstable when applied to biological systems that had already been altered by Saruk engineering. The interaction between ordered and chaotic magic created new forms of magical contamination that neither race understood or could control. The Asuri, finally recognizing that surface conflicts were threatening to destabilize the entire world's magical environment, descended from their aerial cities to impose order through superior magical might. Their intervention proved catastrophic, as their weather magic interacted unpredictably with the biological and chaos magic already running rampant across large portions of the continent. Magical storms of unprecedented violence began to ravage the landscape, carrying contaminated rain that spread disease and chaos across previously unaffected regions. The very air became dangerous to breathe in some areas, filled with magical energies that could transform living creatures in random and usually fatal ways. The Earth Lords, finally stirred to action by seismic disturbances caused by the magical chaos raging on the surface, attempted to stabilize the situation by using their geological magic to create physical barriers between the warring factions. Their well-intentioned intervention triggered the very catastrophe they had been unconsciously building toward for millions of years. The tectonic forces they had been manipulating for so long finally broke free of their control, causing massive earthquakes that shattered continents and reshaped coastlines. Volcanic eruptions on an unprecedented scale filled the sky with ash and poisonous gases, while massive tsunamis swept across lowland areas, destroying cities and obliterating entire populations. The Great Sundering, as later ages would name this catastrophe, marked the end of the creator races as dominant civilizations. In a matter of decades, empires that had endured for millions of years were reduced to scattered survivors clinging to life in the ruins of their former glory. The magical environment of Toril was fundamentally altered, becoming more chaotic and dangerous, but also more accessible to smaller-scale users of magic. The few creator race survivors retreated to hidden enclaves, where they attempted to preserve what they could of their ancient knowledge and achievements. The Saruk sealed themselves in magical stasis chambers, waiting for the world to stabilize enough for them to safely emerge. The Batraki retreated to the deepest swamps and underwater cities, their forms becoming even more mutable as they adapted to increasingly hostile environments. The Ari abandoned most of their aerial cities, seeking refuge in the most remote mountain peaks and hidden sky islands, where they could continue their studies in isolation. The Earth Lords retreated even deeper into the planet's core, sealing their entrances behind them and vowing never again to interfere with surface world affairs. The legacy of the creator races was written not in the empires they had built or the wars they had fought, but in the fundamental changes they had wrought in the nature of magic itself. Their experiments had proven that magical power, when wielded on a civilization-wide scale, carried risks that could threaten the stability of reality itself. They had shown that even the most advanced understanding of magical forces was insufficient to prevent catastrophic failures when those forces were pushed beyond their natural limits. Most importantly, they had demonstrated that cooperation between different magical traditions was essential for long-term stability, but that such cooperation required a level of mutual understanding and respect that was extremely difficult to achieve. Each creator race had possessed knowledge and capabilities that could have complemented the others perfectly, but their inability to bridge the gaps between their fundamentally different worldviews had turned potential synergy into devastating conflict. The ruins they left behind became the foundation upon which future civilizations would build, their achievements serving as both inspiration and warning for the races that would inherit their shattered world. Hidden caches of creator race knowledge would be discovered throughout history, providing the magical understanding necessary for later peoples to rebuild civilization, while hopefully avoiding the mistakes that had brought down their predecessors. In the end, the creator races had fulfilled their function exactly as cosmic forces had intended. They had shaped the world into a form capable of supporting diverse civilizations, had advanced magical theory to the point where smaller-scale practitioners could achieve meaningful results, and had left behind enough resources and knowledge to ensure that their successors would not have to start from nothing. Their tragedy was also their triumph by failing so completely. They had created the conditions necessary for success by others. The age of civilization spanning magical empires was ending, but the age of diverse, resilient cultures working within natural rather than artificial magical frameworks was about to begin. The wheel of time turned once more, carrying the lessons of the past forward into an uncertain but promising future. Chapter 4. The Crown Wars. Pride is the shadow that follows glory, and in the hearts of immortal beings, that shadow can grow until it eclipses the very light that created it. In the millennia following the Great Sundering, when the creator races had retreated to their hidden enclaves, and the world lay scarred, but healing from magical catastrophe, a new people emerged from the primeval forests to claim dominion over the recovering lands. These were the Telquesser, the elves, whose beauty and grace would become legendary, but whose pride would prove even more enduring than their immortal lives. From the great forests of what would one day be called Faerun came the first elven civilizations, beings of such ethereal beauty that they seemed less like mortal creatures than living embodiments of nature's own artistic vision. Their ears swept back in elegant points, their eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom, and their movements carried a fluid grace that made even the most mundane actions appear to be forms of dance. They were born to be rulers, crafted by fate itself to inherit the world that the creator races had abandoned. The early elves possessed an intuitive understanding of magic that surpassed even the most learned scholars of other races, where humans would struggle for decades to master simple cantrips. Elven children could weave spells with the casual ease of breathing. Magic flowed through their veins like blood, responded to their thoughts like trained animals, and shaped itself to their desires with a cooperation that seemed almost supernatural to lesser beings. In the deep forests of Aravendar, the first great elven kingdom took root among trees so ancient that they remembered the age of dragons. The gold elves who ruled this realm saw themselves as the natural heirs to all that was beautiful and perfect in the world, the chosen people, destined to guide lesser races toward enlightenment through the gentle but firm application of superior wisdom and power. Their capital city of Chantel Othrair was a marvel that defied conventional understanding of architecture. Built entirely from living trees that had been shaped through centuries of careful magical cultivation, the city grew rather than being constructed. Towers spiraled upward from massive trunks that had been coaxed into impossible forms, their walls formed from intertwined branches that left gaps for windows while maintaining perfect structural integrity. The streets of Chantal Othrair were carpets of soft moss that glowed with bioluminescent light when touched by elven feet, creating patterns of illumination that followed the movements of the city's inhabitants like ripples on a pond. Bridges spanned between tree towers on paths of woven vines, strong enough to support entire processions, while gardens hung in the air between buildings, sustained by magic that kept soil and plants floating in perfect arrangements of natural beauty. The gold elves who ruled from these living palaces believed themselves to be the most perfect expression of civilization that Toril had ever seen. Their art was flawless, their magic was sublime, and their understanding of natural harmony surpassed even that of the ancient Aerie. They looked upon the world with eyes that saw only the potential for improvement, the opportunity to guide all creation toward the same perfection they had achieved in their forest kingdom. Yet even as Arivendar flourished in its golden splendor, other elven realms were taking shape across the continent, each reflecting different aspects of elven nature and different interpretations of what their destiny should be. To the north, in the dark forests where shadows lingered even at midday, the realm of Myratar took shape under the rule of the Dark Elves, who would one day be known as the Drow. The Dark Elves of Myratar were no less beautiful than their golden cousins, but their beauty was of a different sort. Sharp where the Gold Elves were soft, intense where their cousins were serene, passionate where the Arivandarai were controlled. Their skin held the deep richness of polished obsidian, Their hair was white as fresh snow, and their eyes burned with an inner fire that spoke of depths of emotion that their surface cousins preferred to keep carefully contained. Where Erevander sought to perfect the world through gentle guidance and superior example, Myrtar embraced the wild, untamed aspects of nature that most civilizations tried to control. Their cities were built in harmony with natural cave systems and underground rivers, creating settlements that seemed to emerge organically from the earth itself. They practiced magic that drew upon primal forces, the fury of storms, the passion of wild beasts, the raw creative energy that drove all natural growth and change. The philosophical differences between Erevander and Myrtar might have remained academic, confined to scholarly debates and cultural exchanges between the two great realms. Both kingdoms prospered for thousands of years, their approaches to civilization and magic proving equally valid in their own contexts. Trade flowed between them, knowledge was shared, and their combined achievements in art, magic, and statecraft established the elves as the dominant force in post-creator race Faerun. But success bred ambition, and ambition bred the fatal flaw that would doom both realms. The Gold Elves of Erevander began to believe that their approach to civilization was not merely successful, but morally superior, that their controlled, ordered way of life represented the only true path to enlightenment. The wild magic and passionate nature of their dark-skinned cousins began to seem not just different but dangerous, a corruption of elven perfection that threatened to spread if left unchecked. The Dark Elves of Myrtar, for their part, viewed the growing rigidity of Erevandari culture with alarm and disgust. They saw their golden cousins becoming increasingly detached from the natural forces that gave life meaning, turning into beautiful but sterile perfectionists who had forgotten that true strength came from embracing rather than controlling the wild energies that flowed through all living things. The First Crown War began not with armies or declarations, but with a single act of magical terrorism that would echo through all subsequent elven history. A cabal of Erevandari high mages, convinced that Myrtar's wild magic posed a fundamental threat to elven civilization, decided to demonstrate the superiority of their ordered approach through a spell of unprecedented scope and precision. Working in secret for decades, they crafted a magical working designed to purify the Dark Elves' wild magic, to transform it into something more controlled and acceptable to Erevandarari sensibilities. The spell was intended as an act of mercy, a way to save their dark cousins from their own chaotic nature, by forcing them to evolve beyond their primitive dependence on uncontrolled magical forces. The casting of the Grand Harmonization, as the Erevandarari called their great work, was timed to coincide with a traditional festival in Myrtar, when the Dark Elves' magical practices reached their most intense expression. The spell struck without warning, washing over the entire kingdom in waves of ordered magic, designed to impose harmony on chaos, structure on wildness, control on freedom. The effect was exactly opposite to what the Erevandare had intended. Rather than purifying Myrtar's magic, the Grand Harmonization reacted catastrophically with the wild energies already in motion throughout the Dark Elven realm. Magical storms of unprecedented fury erupted across the kingdom, twisting landscape and inhabitants alike in ways that defied natural law. Entire forests were transformed into crystalline sculptures of impossible beauty and terrible emptiness, their trees becoming works of art that would endure for millennia, but would never again support life. Rivers turned to liquid silver that flowed upward into the sky, creating waterfalls that fell from cloud to cloud rather than from mountain to valley. The very air became visible, taking on colors and textures that made breathing an act of constant wonder and constant danger. The Dark Elves themselves were changed most dramatically of all. Those who survived the initial magical catastrophe found their appearance altered in ways that reflected the chaotic energies they had been exposed to. Their dark skin became even darker, taking on an almost midnight hue that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Their white hair grew more lustrous, but also more brittle, breaking at the slightest touch and releasing sparks of wild magic when it fell. Most disturbing of all, their connection to the surface world began to weaken dramatically. Sunlight, which had once merely been uncomfortable for the shadow-loving dark elves, became actively painful and potentially fatal. They found themselves driven underground, forced to abandon their surface cities and seek refuge in the deep places where the magical contamination from the grand harmonization could not reach. The gold elves of Arivandar, horrified by the consequences of their attempt at magical mercy, faced a choice that would define the character of all subsequent elven civilization. They could acknowledge their mistake, offer aid to their suffering cousins, and work together to heal the damage that misguided good intentions had caused. Or they could interpret the catastrophic results as evidence that the Dark Elves had been even more corrupt than anyone had realized, that their transformation into underground dwellers was simply the natural consequence of their inevitable moral decay. Pride, that fatal flaw of immortal beings, made the choice for them. Rather than admitting error, the Arivandarari court declared that the magical catastrophe in Myuratar had been divine judgment against corrupt practices. The Dark Elves' forced exile underground was proclaimed to be fitting punishment for their rejection of civilized magical traditions. Any attempt by the transformed Dark Elves to return to the surface would be met with force sufficient to drive them back to the depths where they belonged. This proclamation transformed what had been a magical accident into a declaration of war. The surviving Dark Elves, driven by fury at their betrayal and by the constant pain of their magical transformation, swore oaths of vengeance that would echo through millennia. They began calling themselves the Drow, a name that meant traitor in the ancient elven tongue, but which they claimed with pride as a badge of their rejection of the surface world's hypocritical values. The First Crown War that followed was unlike any conflict Toril had seen since the battles between creator races. Where earlier wars had been fought with armies and conventional weapons, the Crown Wars were primarily magical conflicts in which entire landscapes became battlefields, and civilian populations found themselves transformed into weapons or obstacles by spells that reshaped the very nature of reality. The Drow, fighting from their underground strongholds, developed new forms of magic specifically designed for warfare against surface dwellers. They learned to manipulate darkness itself, creating zones of absolute shadow that could blind their enemies while providing perfect concealment for Drow forces. They crafted spells that could turn the earth against surface dwellers, causing sinkholes to open beneath enemy armies and cave-ins to trap entire cities. Most effectively of all, they learned to weaponize the very magical contamination that had driven them underground. Drow mages developed techniques for channeling wild magic in controlled bursts, creating effects that were impossible to predict or counter because they followed no logical magical principles. A Drow spell might turn enemy weapons into flowers one moment and cause enemy soldiers to sprout additional limbs the next, with no apparent connection between cause and effect. The Gold Elves of Arivandar responded to these attacks with increasingly desperate measures, their ordered magic straining to contain and counter the chaotic forces their enemies unleashed. They developed counterspells of tremendous complexity, magical workings that required dozens of mages working in perfect harmony to achieve effects that a single Drow could accomplish through embracing unpredictability. As the war escalated, both sides began seeking allies among the other elven realms that had remained neutral in the initial conflict. The Moon Elves of Ireland, the Sun Elves of Corminthir, the Wild Elves of the Great Forests, and the Sea Elves of the coastal regions found themselves forced to choose sides in a conflict that threatened to consume all of elven civilization. The Second Crown War began when the realm of Ireland, populated primarily by Moon Elves, who valued balance and harmony above all else, attempted to broker peace between the warring factions. Their diplomatic mission to the Drow strongholds in the depths below Myuratar was interpreted by Arivandar as treasonous collaboration with enemies of elven civilization. Arivandari forces struck without warning at Ireland's border settlements, using magic designed to demonstrate the consequences of collaborating with the underground traitors. Entire Moon Elf communities were subjected to spells that transformed them into living examples of Arivandarari displeasure. Some were turned to gold statues that retained consciousness but could not move or speak, while others were surrounded by barriers of force that allowed them to observe the world, but prevented any interaction with it. The Moon Elves, traditionally the most peaceful of the elven subraces, found themselves forced into a war they had never wanted, and did not understand. Their magic was primarily defensive and healing-oriented, designed to protect rather than attack, to restore rather than destroy. Against the aggressive magical techniques that both Arivandar and the Drow had developed, Moon Elf forces found themselves hopelessly outmatched. The Drow, recognizing an opportunity to gain allies against their primary enemy, offered the Moon Elves magical assistance in defending themselves against Arivandari aggression. This aid came at a price. Moon Elf mages who accepted Drow magical techniques found themselves gradually changed by exposure to wild magic, their appearance and abilities shifting in ways that made them increasingly similar to their underground allies. The Third Crown War erupted when the Sun Elves of Cormanthir, horrified by the corruption spreading among their Moon Elf cousins, declared that any elf who had been tainted by Drow magic was no longer truly elven, and therefore had no claim to surface lands or elven privileges. Cormanthir's forces joined with Arivandar in a campaign designed to purify the infected Moon Elves and drive all Drow influences permanently underground. This alliance between the two most powerful surface elven realms should have ended the Crown Wars quickly and decisively. The combined magical might of Arivandar and Cormanthir was sufficient to devastate any opposition, and their coordinated assault on Drow positions achieved victories that seemed to promise total victory within decades rather than centuries. But victory bred overconfidence, and overconfidence led to the single greatest magical catastrophe in elven history. The high mages of both realms, intoxicated by their success against Drow forces, decided to end the conflict permanently by casting a spell that would make it impossible for any Drow to survive on the surface world ever again. The Sundering of Myritar was intended to be the ultimate expression of surface elven magical superiority. Working together, the greatest mages of two realms crafted a spell that would transform the entire former kingdom of Myritar into a desert wasteland where no creature touched by Drow magic could survive. The spell would create a permanent barrier between the surface and underground worlds, ensuring that the corruption of wild magic could never again threaten proper elven civilization. The casting required the combined life force of nearly 100 high mages, volunteers who willingly sacrificed themselves to power a magical working of unprecedented scope. The spell succeeded beyond its creator's wildest dreams and darkest nightmares, transforming not just Myritar but vast surrounding regions into the wasteland that would forever after be known as the High Moor. The magical desolation spread far beyond its intended boundaries, consuming elven and non-elven territories alike in a wave of destructive force that turned fertile lands into barren stone and crystal formations. Entire populations were consumed by the expanding zone of magical death, their life force absorbed into the spell matrix and used to fuel its continued expansion. The Drow survivors, driven even deeper underground by the magical catastrophe on the surface, found themselves cut off not just from sunlight, but from all connection to the natural world that had once sustained their people. In the deepest caverns beneath the devastated surface, they encountered forces and entities that no surface dweller had ever imagined, ancient beings that had slumbered in the earth's depths since before the creator races, entities of such alien malevolence that even Drow desperation could barely contemplate allying with them. The Fourth Crown War began in the aftermath of the Sundering, as the surviving elven realms struggled to deal with the consequences of their Pyrrhic victory. The Moon Elves of Erelon, many of whom had been corrupted by Drow magic, found themselves unable to survive in the magically dead zones that now covered much of their homeland. They began a desperate migration toward more hospitable territories, only to discover that most other elven realms considered them to be contaminated and unwelcome. The wild elves, who had remained neutral through the first 3 wars, finally entered the conflict when refugees from the devastated regions began dying in their forests. The wild elves' connection to natural magic, allowed them to sense the profound wrongness of what the High Mages had accomplished, and they declared war on both Arivandar and Corminthir as enemies of all natural life. This fourth war was fought primarily with guerrilla tactics and environmental magic, as wild elf druids and rangers turned entire forests into battlegrounds, where the trees themselves fought against the forces of civilized magic. Animals were awakened to human-level intelligence and organized into armies that could strike without warning and disappear back into wilderness that provided perfect concealment. The wild elves proved impossible to defeat through conventional magical means because their power was drawn directly from the natural world rather than from learned techniques. Every spell cast against them fed energy back into the natural systems they protected, making them stronger rather than weaker. Every forest burned in retaliation for their attacks grew back more quickly and more lush than before, as if the natural world itself was responding to defend its champions. The Fifth Crown War erupted when the Sea Elves, who had remained isolated in their underwater cities throughout the terrestrial conflicts, finally recognized that the magical contamination from the surface wars was beginning to affect ocean currents and sea life. Massive die-offs of marine creatures, caused by magical runoff from the devastated land areas, threatened the very foundation of Sea Elf civilization. Sea Elf forces emerged from the depths to launch coordinated attacks on all coastal territories controlled by the warring surface factions. Their magic was unlike anything the land-based elves had encountered. Techniques for controlling water pressure, manipulating tidal forces, and commanding sea creatures that could strike from unexpected directions and retreat to environments where surface dwellers could not follow. The Sea Elves' entry into the conflict marked the point where the Crown Wars ceased to be a manageable political dispute and became an existential threat to elven civilization as a whole. With every major elven subrace now actively fighting against at least one other group, the traditional bonds of kinship and shared heritage that had held elven society together for millennia began to dissolve completely. By the end of the Fifth Crown War, the great elven kingdoms that had once been the dominant force in Faerun were reduced to scattered city-states and tribal communities, struggling to survive in a world that their own conflicts had made increasingly hostile to elven life. The high magic that had been their greatest achievement became their greatest curse, as the accumulated magical contamination from 5 wars made large areas of their former territory uninhabitable, even for beings with natural magical resistance. The Drow, driven into the deepest regions of the Underdark by centuries of surface warfare, had undergone transformations that made them barely recognizable as the Dark Elves who had once ruled Myritar. Their exposure to the alien influences found in the deepest caverns had changed not just their appearance but their fundamental nature, turning them into something that was no longer quite elven in any sense that surface dwellers would recognize. The survivors of the surface kingdoms found themselves ruling over ruins, their great cities abandoned to magical contamination, their populations scattered across hostile territories, their ancient knowledge lost or corrupted beyond recognition. The dream of elven supremacy over Faerun had died in the fires of their own hubris, leaving behind only fragments of what had once been the most magnificent civilization the world had ever seen. Yet even in their defeat, the elves had accomplished something unprecedented in the history of Toril. They had proven that immortal beings were capable of learning from their mistakes, of growing beyond the prejudices and pride that had driven them to war. The survivors of the Crown Wars, scarred by centuries of conflict and humbled by the consequences of their own arrogance, began to develop new forms of elven culture based on tolerance, cooperation, and respect for differences rather than the pursuit of racial supremacy. The retreat to hidden enclaves and secret cities that followed the end of the Crown Wars was not just a tactical withdrawal, but a fundamental transformation of elven civilization. The survivors understood, perhaps for the first time in their long history, that true strength came not from dominating others, but from finding ways to coexist with different approaches to life and magic. The Crown Wars had ended not with victory for any faction, but with the recognition that victory itself had been the problem. The pursuit of dominance, the need to prove superiority, the refusal to accept that different ways of life could be equally valid. These were the true enemies that had destroyed the greatest civilization Toril had ever known. In their hidden refuges, the surviving elves began to tell new stories about their history, tales that emphasized the tragic consequences of pride and the importance of wisdom over power. They became the teachers and guardians of later ages, using their hard-won understanding of magic's dangers to help younger races avoid the mistakes that had brought down their own golden age. The Crown Wars had taught them the most important lesson that any immortal being can learn, that time itself is the only true test of wisdom, and that even the longest-lived people must eventually choose between growing in understanding or repeating the same mistakes for eternity. The elves had chosen growth, and in doing so, they had transformed their greatest defeat into the foundation for a different kind of greatness that would endure long after their empires had crumbled to dust. Chapter 5. The Rise of Netheril. Mortal ambition burns brightest when it reaches toward the infinite, yet it is precisely that reaching which reveals the fundamental limitations that define mortality itself. In the aftermath of the Crown Wars, when the great elven kingdoms lay in ruins and magical contamination rendered vast territories uninhabitable, a new power began to stir in the northern reaches of Faerun. These were not the immortal children of ancient magic, but beings whose very mortality would drive them to achievements that surpassed even the greatest works of their predecessors. The humans who would build the empire of Netheril and dare to challenge the gods themselves. The Netheris began as simple tribal peoples living in scattered settlements along the shores of a great lake that would one day bear their empire's name. They were barbarians by the standards of their time, lacking the sophisticated magical traditions of the elves or the deep earth wisdom of the dwarves. What they possessed instead was something far more dangerous: the desperate urgency that comes from knowing that life is brief, and the reckless courage that mortality breeds in those who refuse to accept their limitations. In those early days, the Proto-Netheris lived in constant fear of the magical storms that still swept across the landscape, remnants of the great magical catastrophes that had reshaped the continent. These storms brought random transformations, turning crops to crystal, animals to living stone, and sometimes people to things that had no names in any mortal tongue. Survival required not just physical courage but the ability to think quickly, to adapt instantly to circumstances that changed without warning or apparent logic. It was this environment of magical chaos that produced the first Netheris spellcasters, not through careful study and gradual learning as elven mages developed their abilities, but through desperate improvisation in the face of immediate magical threats. A fisherman whose nets were transmuted to silver threads learned to reverse the transformation or starve. A hunter whose prey was turned to living flame learned to hunt fire creatures or watch his family die of hunger. A mother whose child was cursed with crystalline skin learned healing magic, or watched her offspring slowly turn to lifeless stone. These early human mages possessed none of the theoretical knowledge that made elven magic so elegant and powerful, but they had something equally valuable: the practical understanding that came from using magic as a tool for survival, rather than an art form for contemplation. They learned to cast spells under pressure, to improvise magical solutions with incomplete knowledge, and most importantly, to see magic not as a separate force to be commanded, but as an extension of their own will to live and thrive. The transformation of the Netheris from scattered tribal peoples to a unified magical civilization began with the discovery of the Nether Scrolls, ancient artifacts that had been hidden since the age of the creator races, buried deep beneath the shores of their ancestral lake. The scrolls were discovered, not through scholarly research or divine revelation, but by accident, when a young fisherman named Thurvon fell through thin ice during a particularly harsh winter, and found himself in a crystal cavern that had lain sealed for millions of years. The Nether Scrolls were unlike any magical texts that had been seen in the world since the creator races had vanished into history. They were not written in any conventional sense, but rather existed as living repositories of magical knowledge that could adapt their teachings to the understanding and needs of whoever studied them. To an elven high mage, they might reveal the theoretical principles underlying magical force. To a desperate human trying to keep his family alive through a magical winter, they would show practical techniques for controlling temperature and preserving food. Thurvon emerged from the crystal cavern, fundamentally changed, carrying knowledge that he barely understood, but somehow knew how to use. Within days of his discovery, he was demonstrating magical abilities that rivaled those of elven apprentices who had studied for decades. More importantly, he found that he could teach these abilities to others, that the knowledge contained in the Nether Scrolls could be shared and adapted rather than hoarded and preserved in its original form. Word of Thurvon's discovery spread rapidly through the scattered Netherese settlements, drawing ambitious individuals from across the region to seek training in the new magical arts. Unlike elven magical instruction, which emphasized patience, discipline, and gradual mastery of increasingly complex theoretical principles, Netherese magical education was focused on immediate practical results and rapid advancement through trial and error. The first Netherese Magical Academy was established in a crude wooden building on the shores of the Great Lake, where students learned spells by attempting them, rather than by studying their underlying principles. Magical accidents were common, but they were treated as learning opportunities rather than failures. A student who accidentally turned his practice target into a flowering tree was praised for discovering a new application of transformation magic, even if he had been trying to set it on fire. This pragmatic approach to magical education produced a generation of human spellcasters who thought about magic very differently than their elven counterparts. Where elven mages sought to perfect their understanding of magical theory before attempting advanced techniques, human mages were willing to use spells they didn't fully understand if those spells produced useful results. Where elven magical tradition emphasized caution and gradual advancement, human magical culture celebrated bold experimentation and rapid innovation. The early Netherese magical community developed a philosophy that would define their civilization for centuries to come. The belief that magical knowledge should be actively pursued rather than passively received, that traditional limitations were challenges to be overcome rather than boundaries to be respected, and that the ultimate purpose of magic was to enhance human capability rather than to achieve harmony with natural forces. As Netherese magical abilities grew more sophisticated, their society began to transform from a collection of fishing and farming communities into something unprecedented in human history. A true magical civilization, where arcane power was not the privilege of a few gifted individuals, but the foundation of everyday life. Farmers used spells to ensure perfect crops, fishermen commanded the wind and waves, and craftsmen created works of art that literally glowed with inner light. The city of Seventon, built around the site where the Nether Scrolls had been discovered, became the first truly magical human settlement. Its buildings were constructed with spells that made them stronger than steel yet lighter than wood, creating architecture that seemed to defy the basic principles of engineering. Streets were lit by permanent magical illumination that responded to the presence of pedestrians, growing brighter when people passed and dimming when areas were empty. Most remarkably of all, the entire city was built on a foundation of magical enhancement that made every resident more capable than they would have been through natural means alone. Children learned to read through spells that imprinted knowledge directly into their minds. Adults enhanced their physical abilities with magic that made them stronger, faster, and more resilient than any human had a right to be. The elderly used magical techniques to extend their lives and maintain their vitality far beyond natural limits. Yet even as Seventon flourished as a center of magical innovation, ambitious Netherese were already dreaming of achievements that would dwarf anything their primitive city could offer. The most visionary among them looked at the ruins of elven flying cities, abandoned since the Crown Wars, and wondered why humans should be content to live bound to the earth when magic could carry them into the heavens themselves. The first attempts at creating flying architecture were disasters that killed hundreds of would-be aerial pioneers. Human understanding of levitation magic was crude compared to the sophisticated techniques the elves had developed over millennia, and early Netherese flying platforms had an unfortunate tendency to suddenly lose altitude without warning. The survivors of these crashes were not discouraged, but rather motivated to develop better techniques, treating each failure as valuable information about what didn't work. The breakthrough that made Netherese flying cities possible came from an unexpected source: the study of naturally occurring floating stones found in regions that had been heavily contaminated by magical fallout from the Crown Wars. These stones, called mythalar crystals by the elves who had first discovered them, possessed the ability to store and channel magical energy in ways that created permanent levitation effects. Netherese earth mages learned to cultivate these crystals, growing them in carefully prepared magical environments until they reached sizes large enough to support entire city districts. The process was dangerous and unpredictable, requiring mages to work with magical forces that could easily kill them if mishandled. But the results were worth any risk. A properly prepared mythalar crystal could provide enough levitation force to keep a small city aloft indefinitely, drawing power from the ambient magical energy that permeated the atmosphere. The first Netherese flying city, built above the ruins of Seventon, and initially called New Seventon before being renamed Opus, was a crude affair by the standards of later aerial metropolises. Its buildings were simple structures held together by magical adhesive rather than traditional architecture, and its population lived in constant awareness that their city's continued existence depended on the proper functioning of magical systems that none of them fully understood. But Opus proved that human ambition could indeed overcome the limitations that had traditionally confined mortal civilizations to terrestrial existence. Within a generation of its founding, the flying city had become a center of magical innovation that attracted ambitious spellcasters from across the known world. Elven refugees from the devastated kingdoms came seeking new homes and new purposes. Dwarven artificers arrived to share their knowledge of magical engineering. Even representatives of more exotic races, Genasi Asimar, and others touched by extraplanar influences, gathered in the aerial city to participate in humanity's great magical experiment. The success of Opus inspired the construction of additional flying cities, each more ambitious and sophisticated than the last. Shinzanil was built as a center of magical research, its floating towers serving as laboratories where the fundamental principles of magic could be studied without the distractions of terrestrial concerns. Opus grew into a commercial hub where goods and knowledge from across the continent were traded in markets that floated serenely above the chaos of the surface world. Most magnificent of all was the City of Shade, constructed as the ultimate expression of Netherese architectural and magical achievement. Shade was not merely a flying city, but a work of art on a scale that had never been attempted before. Its buildings arranged in patterns that were beautiful when viewed from any angle, its streets following mathematical curves that created harmonious resonances with the magical forces that kept the city aloft. The arcanists who ruled these flying cities represented a new form of magical aristocracy, human spellcasters, whose power rivaled that of the greatest elven archmages, but whose approach to magic remained fundamentally different from anything the world had seen before. Where elven high magic was based on harmony with natural forces, Netherese arcane technique was founded on the principle of imposing human will upon reality itself. These aerial nobles lived lives of incredible luxury and power, their every need met by magical servants and devices that responded to their thoughts rather than their words. They wore robes that regulated their body temperature and protected them from physical harm, carried staffs that could reshape matter at the molecular level, and lived in towers that existed partially outside normal space-time to provide more interior room than their external dimensions should have allowed. Yet for all their power and comfort, the arcanists of Netheril were driven by a restlessness that their elven predecessors had never experienced. Immortal beings could afford to spend centuries perfecting individual spells or contemplating the philosophical implications of magical theory. Mortal humans, even those whose lives had been extended far beyond natural limits, felt the pressure of time in ways that drove them to ever more ambitious projects and ever more dangerous experiments. The floating cities became laboratories for magical research that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with arcane power. Netherese mages developed techniques for manipulating time itself, creating pockets of accelerated or decelerated temporal flow that allowed for experiments that would otherwise require centuries to complete. They learned to open permanent portals to other planes of existence, establishing trade relationships with extraplanar entities that provided access to knowledge and resources unavailable in the material world. Most ambitiously of all, they began to experiment with the fundamental forces that held reality together, seeking to understand and eventually control the cosmic principles that governed existence itself. These experiments required magical energies on a scale that dwarfed anything previously attempted, necessitating the construction of ever larger mythallar crystals and ever more sophisticated magical infrastructure to support their research. The social structure of Netherese civilization reflected the central role that magical achievement played in determining status and authority. The most powerful arcanists ruled as absolute monarchs over their flying cities, their word carrying the force of natural law within their aerial domains. Below them, lesser mages served as administrators, judges, and military commanders, their rank determined by their magical abilities rather than by birth or political connections. At the bottom of Netherese society were the non-magical humans who provided the manual labor and basic services that even a magical civilization required. These groundlings lived lives that were comfortable by the standards of most human societies, but were considered barely above slavery by the aerial aristocracy who ruled over them. The flying cities required constant maintenance. Magical experiments generated vast amounts of waste that needed to be disposed of, and the arcanists themselves needed food, clothing, and other necessities that someone had to produce. The relationship between the magical and non-magical populations of Netheril was complicated by the fact that magical ability was not entirely hereditary. Children of powerful arcanists sometimes displayed no magical talent whatsoever, while the offspring of groundlings occasionally manifested abilities that qualified them for elevation to the aerial cities. This social mobility based on magical merit created a society that was simultaneously more egalitarian and more brutally hierarchical than traditional feudal systems. The military forces of Netheril reflected the empire's magical orientation, consisting primarily of aerial units that could fight above, below, or beside the flying cities as needed. Netherese battle mages rode on magically enhanced flying mounts, or flew under their own power, armed with spells that could devastate entire armies with single castings. Their tactics were based on mobility and overwhelming magical firepower, rather than the disciplined formations that characterized terrestrial military forces. Against conventional enemies, Netherese military forces were virtually invincible. Ground-based armies could not reach the flying cities to attack them directly, while aerial forces could strike at will against any target within range of their magical weapons. The few attempts by other nations to challenge Netherese expansion were ended quickly and decisively, often with the complete destruction of the attacking forces and the magical transformation of their homelands into uninhabitable wastelands. The expansion of Netherese influence across Faerun was not primarily military, but rather economic and cultural. The flying cities offered trade opportunities that no terrestrial power could match, providing access to goods and services that were available nowhere else in the world. Netherese merchants could transport cargo across vast distances in days rather than months, unimpeded by terrain, weather, or political boundaries that constrained surface-based commerce. More subtly, but perhaps more importantly, Netherese civilization offered a vision of human potential that was attractive to ambitious individuals throughout the known world. The possibility of transcending natural limitations through magical achievement drew talented people from every nation and culture, creating a cosmopolitan society where birth mattered less than ability, and where the only real limitation on individual advancement was the extent of one's magical talent and ambition. The cultural achievements of Netheril during its golden age were as impressive as its magical and military accomplishments. Netherese artists created works that incorporated multiple dimensions and existed partially in other planes of reality, creating aesthetic experiences that were literally impossible to achieve through non-magical means. Their literature included narrative techniques that allowed readers to experience stories from multiple perspectives simultaneously, while their music incorporated harmonies that required magical enhancement of human hearing to fully appreciate. Netherese scholars made fundamental discoveries about the nature of reality that advanced magical theory far beyond anything previously achieved. They mapped the relationships between different planes of existence, documented the life cycles of magical entities that existed across multiple dimensions, and developed mathematical models that described the behavior of magical forces with unprecedented precision. Yet even as Netheril reached heights of achievement that surpassed the greatest accomplishments of the Elven kingdoms, the seeds of its destruction were already being sown by the very ambition that had made its rise possible. The Arcanists who ruled the flying cities were not content with their incredible achievements, but constantly sought new challenges to test the limits of their power. The most ambitious among them began to look beyond the manipulation of natural forces and started to consider the possibility of challenging the fundamental structure of reality itself. If human will could command the elements, reshape matter, and transcend the normal limitations of space and time, why should it not be possible to go further? Why should mortals accept the arbitrary restrictions that the gods had placed upon the universe? These questions would lead to experiments that would ultimately destroy everything the Netherese had built. But in the golden age of their civilization's power, such concerns seemed like the timid doubts of lesser minds. The Arcanists of Netheril had achieved the impossible so many times that they had begun to believe that nothing was truly beyond their reach, a belief that would prove to be both their greatest strength and their ultimate downfall. As the floating cities drifted serenely through skies that seemed to offer unlimited possibilities, their inhabitants could not have imagined that they were approaching the greatest test of magical ambition that the world had ever seen. The age of Netherese supremacy was reaching its zenith, but like all mortal achievements, it carried within itself the seeds of its own transformation. The wheel of time continued to turn, and even the mightiest civilization of the ancient world was about to discover that there are some boundaries that even the most powerful magic cannot safely cross. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Mages. There exists a moment in every act of hubris when the perpetrator stands at the threshold between triumph and catastrophe, holding power beyond imagination, yet lacking the wisdom to comprehend the true nature of what they grasp. For the Netherese Empire, that moment came when the greatest arcanist of the age decided that the gods themselves were merely obstacles to be overcome, rather than forces to be respected. The story of Karsus and his folly is not merely a tale of one man's ambition, but the chronicle of an entire civilization's discovery that there are indeed limits to what mortal beings can achieve, and that the price of crossing those limits is nothing less than the destruction of everything they hold dear. Karsus was born in the floating city of Sinlanol during the height of Netherese magical power, when the Arcanists who ruled the aerial metropolises believed themselves to be the inheritors of godlike authority over the material world. From his earliest childhood, he displayed magical abilities that surpassed even the most optimistic expectations of his teachers. By the age of 12, he was casting spells that challenged master wizards. By 20, he had developed entirely new schools of magical theory that revolutionized Netherese's understanding of arcane forces. Unlike many prodigies whose early promise fails to mature into lasting achievement, Karsus grew more powerful and more innovative with each passing year. His magical research pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible, developing techniques that seemed to violate fundamental laws of magical practice, yet somehow produced stable, repeatable results. He learned to manipulate time not merely as a localized effect, but as a cosmic force, creating temporal anomalies that allowed him to experience centuries of subjective time within the span of normal years. The floating cities of Netheril provided the perfect environment for Karsus to pursue his increasingly ambitious magical experiments. The aerial metropolises existed partially outside normal space-time, their mythalar crystals generating fields of magical energy that made techniques impossible on the surface world, both feasible and practical. In the laboratories of Sundering, protected by wards that could contain magical explosions capable of leveling mountains, Karsus had access to resources and knowledge accumulated over centuries of Netheril's magical research. Yet for all his unprecedented magical abilities, Karsus remained fundamentally human in his desires and motivations. He sought not merely power for its own sake, but recognition as the greatest mage who had ever lived, the individual whose achievements would be remembered long after the floating cities themselves have passed into legend. This desire for eternal fame drove him to ever more spectacular demonstrations of magical mastery, each new achievement serving as a stepping stone toward even greater challenges. The inspiration for what would become known as Karsus's folly came from his study of divine magic and its relationship to the arcane forces that Netheril's mages had mastered so completely. Karsus observed that priests and clerics derived their magical abilities from their connection to divine entities, receiving power that they had not earned through study or practice, but were simply granted as a consequence of their faith and devotion. This observation led Karsus to a revolutionary question. If divine magic was simply another form of magical energy, and if arcane magic was the manipulation of energy through will and knowledge, why should it not be possible for a sufficiently skilled arcanist to manipulate divine energy directly? Why should mortals be forced to rely on the arbitrary whims of gods when they could potentially access divine power through their own magical expertise? The theoretical framework that Karsus developed to answer these questions represented perhaps the most sophisticated magical theory ever conceived by a mortal mind. He postulated that divinity itself was not an essential quality of certain beings, but rather a state of existence characterized by complete mastery over specific aspects of reality. Gods were powerful, not because they were inherently superior to mortals, but because they had achieved perfect understanding of and control over the cosmic forces they represented. If this theory was correct, then it should theoretically be possible for a mortal magician to achieve temporary godhood by perfectly replicating the magical techniques that gave divine beings their power. Such an achievement would require magical abilities far beyond anything previously attempted, but Karsus believed that his unprecedented mastery of arcane forces made him uniquely qualified to attempt what no one else had ever dared to imagine. The spell that Karsus began developing to test his theory was unlike anything in the history of magical practice. Rather than manipulating natural forces or reshaping matter according to the magician's will, the spell was designed to temporarily usurp the divine authority of an existing god, allowing the caster to wield divine power directly rather than channeling it through prayer and worship. The technical challenges involved in creating such a spell were staggering. Divine power operated according to principles that were fundamentally different from arcane magic, requiring magical techniques that could interface with cosmic forces that existed outside the normal structure of reality. The spell would need to be powerful enough to overcome the natural resistance that divine beings possessed against magical intrusion, yet precise enough to avoid the kind of chaotic effects that could destroy the caster along with everything else in the immediate vicinity. For 3 years, Karsus worked on perfecting his theoretical framework and developing the practical techniques necessary to attempt divine usurpation. His research required him to delve into areas of magical knowledge that had been forbidden since the age of the creator races, studying texts and artifacts that previous generations of mages had deemed too dangerous to investigate. The choice of which divine power to attempt to usurp was crucial to the success of Karsus's plan. He needed a deity whose portfolio was both powerful enough to demonstrate the validity of his theory and limited enough to be manageable for a mortal consciousness, even one as brilliant as his own. After extensive research into divine hierarchies and spheres of influence, Karsus settled on Mistral, the goddess of magic itself. Mistral seemed like the perfect target for his experiment. As the deity responsible for maintaining the weave, the fundamental magical field that made all spellcasting possible, She wielded power that was both cosmic in scope and intimately familiar to someone of Karsus's magical expertise. Her divine authority was based on knowledge and understanding rather than raw force, making it theoretically possible for a mortal magician to comprehend and replicate her abilities. Moreover, Karsus reasoned that successfully usurping Mistril's divine authority would provide him with the power necessary to solve the growing magical crises that were beginning to threaten Netheril's civilization. The mythalar crystals that kept the floating cities aloft were showing signs of instability, generating unpredictable magical effects that suggested fundamental problems with the magical infrastructure upon which the Empire depended. Recent magical experiments had produced disturbing results that indicated the weave itself was becoming unstable in regions where particularly powerful spells had been cast. Areas of dead magic, where spells failed completely, had begun appearing randomly across the Empire, while wild magic zones generated unpredictable effects that could transform spellcasters into creatures of pure magical energy or cause their spells to produce entirely unintended results. Karsus believed that by temporarily assuming Mistril's divine authority, he could repair the damage that centuries of magical experimentation had done to the fundamental structure of reality. With godlike power over magic itself, he could restore stability to the weave, strengthen the mythalar crystals that supported Netheril's civilization, and ensure that the empire he loved would endure for millennia to come. The casting of Karsus's avatar, as he named his ultimate spell, required magical energies on a scale that no single individual had ever attempted to channel. The spell's power requirements were so enormous that Karsus had to draw energy not just from his own magical abilities, but from the mythalar crystal that kept Shinlanal aloft, risking the destruction of his own city to fuel his attempt at achieving temporary godhood. On the day chosen for the casting, Karsus positioned himself in the central chamber of Shinlanal's mythalar, surrounded by magical apparatus that had taken years to construct and calibrate. The spell required him to maintain perfect concentration for over 8 hours, while channeling energies that would have instantly vaporized any lesser mage. Each syllable of the incantation had to be pronounced with mathematical precision, each gesture executed with perfect timing, each thought focused with absolute clarity on the specific magical effects he was attempting to achieve. For the first 7 hours of the casting, everything proceeded exactly as Karsus had calculated. The spell matrix built layer upon layer of magical energy, creating patterns of force that existed partially outside normal space-time, to avoid the kind of dimensional stress that could tear reality apart. The connection to Mistril's divine essence began to form, allowing Karsus to sense the vast scope of the goddess's responsibilities and the incredible complexity of the magical systems she maintained. Then, in the final hour of the casting, Karsus achieved what no mortal being had ever accomplished. He successfully established a direct connection to divine power and began to usurp Mistril's authority over the weave itself. For a few moments that lasted an eternity, he experienced what it was like to be a god, to hold responsibility for maintaining the magical field that made all spellcasting possible, to feel the weight of cosmic forces that stretched across planes of existence and touched the lives of every magical creature in the multiverse. The experience was beyond anything his mortal consciousness could comprehend or control. The divine perspective that came with Mistril's authority revealed the true extent of the damage that Netheril's magical experimentation had done to the fundamental structure of reality. The weave was not merely unstable, it was on the verge of complete collapse, held together only by Mistril's constant attention and divine will. Karsus discovered, in those few moments of godhood, that maintaining the weave required not just power but a form of consciousness that could simultaneously perceive and respond to magical events occurring across multiple planes of existence. The goddess's divine nature was not simply a matter of having access to unlimited magical energy, but of possessing a mind capable of comprehending and managing cosmic forces that operated according to principles beyond mortal understanding. His mortal consciousness, brilliant as it was, proved utterly inadequate to the task of maintaining divine responsibilities. The moment he achieved connection to Mistril's divine essence, The careful balance that the goddess had maintained for millennia began to collapse. The weave, deprived of the constant guidance that only a truly divine consciousness could provide, started to unravel in cascading failures that spread across the entire magical field. The immediate effects of the weave's collapse were catastrophic beyond imagination. Every spell being cast anywhere in the world at the moment of Karsus's usurpation failed simultaneously, often with explosive results that killed or transformed their casters. The Netheril crystals that kept Netheril's cities aloft suddenly lost their connection to the magical field that powered them, causing the floating metropolises to plummet toward the earth below. Karsus himself, overwhelmed by divine responsibilities that no mortal mind could bear, found his consciousness fragmenting under the strain of trying to maintain cosmic forces beyond his comprehension. In desperation, he attempted to reverse his spell and return Mistril's divine authority to its rightful holder, but the damage to the weave had already progressed too far for simple reversal to be effective. Mistril, faced with the imminent destruction of the magical field that she had maintained since the dawn of creation, made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve the possibility of magic in the world. She allowed her divine essence to be completely destroyed in a controlled explosion of divine energy that reset the weave to a more stable configuration, one that would be less susceptible to the kind of manipulation that Karsus had attempted. The death of Mistril and the rebirth of the weave under her successor Mistra created magical effects that reshaped the very nature of reality. The new weave was more resistant to large-scale magical manipulation, but also more limited in the kinds of effects that individual spellcasters could achieve. The age of continent-shaping magic that had characterized both the Elven kingdoms and the Netheril's empire was ending, replaced by a more modest era where magical achievement would be measured in smaller but more sustainable accomplishments. Karsus himself survived the casting of his avatar, but at a cost that made survival worse than death. The experience of divine consciousness had permanently changed his mortal mind, leaving him with memories and perceptions that his human psyche could not process or forget. He was transformed into a creature of living stone, his body becoming a permanent monument to the consequences of ultimate magical ambition, his consciousness trapped forever in contemplation of the cosmic forces he had briefly touched, but could never understand. The fall of the flying cities marked the end of Netheril's civilization as a major force in Faerun. Sinulnal, Opus, Shade, and dozens of other aerial metropolises crashed to Earth in a single day, their populations killed or scattered, their accumulated knowledge and magical achievements lost or destroyed. The few survivors found themselves stranded in a world where the magical techniques they had depended upon no longer functioned reliably, forced to rebuild their lives using principles and methods they had long forgotten. The environmental consequences of the city's destruction were as devastating as the immediate loss of life. The crashed Netheril crystals created zones of magical contamination that rendered vast areas uninhabitable, while the disruption of magical weather control systems triggered climate changes that persisted for centuries. The region that had once supported the greatest magical civilization in human history became the Anarok Desert, a wasteland where the very sand was composed of the pulverized remains of Netheril's achievements. Yet even in their complete defeat, the Netheril's had accomplished something that would echo through all subsequent ages. They had proven that mortal beings could achieve wonders that rivaled the greatest works of gods and dragons, that human ambition guided by intelligence and determination could transcend seemingly insurmountable limitations. Their failure had come not from aiming too high, but from lacking the wisdom to understand the true nature of the forces they sought to control. The survivors of Netheril's fall carried with them not just the trauma of witnessing their civilization's destruction, but also the knowledge that such destruction was not inevitable. Different choices, greater wisdom, more respect for the cosmic forces they had manipulated so casually. These might have led to different outcomes, to a future where human magical achievement could have continued to grow without triggering catastrophic collapse. Some of the survivors retreated to hidden enclaves, where they attempted to preserve what they could of Netheril's magical knowledge, while avoiding the mistakes that had led to their empire's downfall. Others scattered across Faerun, carrying fragments of advanced magical theory that would eventually contribute to the development of magical traditions among other cultures and civilizations. A few, driven by grief and the desire for revenge against the cosmic forces that had destroyed their world, sought ways to restore Netheril's civilization through techniques that would not depend on the reformed weave. These individuals would eventually discover methods for drawing power from the Shadowfell and other dark dimensions, transforming themselves into beings that existed partially outside normal reality, in order to avoid the limitations that had destroyed their predecessors. The legacy of Netheril was written not just in the ruins scattered across the Anarok desert, but in the fundamental changes that Karsus's folly had wrought in the nature of magic itself. The new weave established by Mistra included safeguards designed to prevent any future attempt at divine usurpation, while also limiting the maximum power that any individual spellcaster could achieve without divine assistance. These changes marked the end of the age of civilization transforming magic and the beginning of a more humble era, where magical achievement would be measured not by the scope of individual accomplishments, but by the collective progress of magical knowledge and its application to improving mortal life. The greatest mages of later ages would be those who learned to work within the weave's limitations, rather than those who sought to transcend them entirely. The story of Karsus and his folly became a cautionary tale told in every school of magic established in the centuries that followed, a reminder that wisdom must always accompany power, and that the greatest achievements are meaningless if they destroy the foundations upon which all future progress depends. The Arcanist who had sought to become a god had instead become a symbol of the importance of humility in the face of cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. As the dust settled over the ruins of the greatest magical civilization the world had ever known, the survivors faced a choice that would define the future of human magical tradition. They could mourn what had been lost and retreat from magical practice entirely, accepting limitation as the price of safety, or they could learn from their predecessors' mistakes and begin the slow work of building new magical traditions based on wisdom rather than ambition, cooperation rather than individual achievement, and respect for the cosmic forces that made magic possible rather than the desire to control them absolutely. The wheel of time had turned once more, carrying the lessons of the past forward into an uncertain future where the survivors of the greatest magical catastrophe in history would have the opportunity to prove that mortals could indeed learn from their mistakes and choose a different path toward greatness. The age of Netheril was ending, but the age of human magical achievement was far from over. It was simply beginning to take new forms that would prove both more modest and more enduring than the flying cities that had once ruled the skies above Faerun. Chapter 7. The Time of Troubles. There comes a moment in the cosmic order when even the gods themselves must face the consequences of their own pride and ambition, when the very beings who shape reality discover that they too are subject to forces beyond their control. In the year that mortals would mark as 1358 by the Dale Reckoning, the divine order that had governed Toril since the fall of Netheril was shattered by an act of theft so audacious that it plunged the entire multiverse into chaos. The Time of Troubles, as this period would come to be known, was not merely a crisis of divine authority, but a fundamental test of whether the relationship between gods and mortals could survive the revelation that even immortal beings were fallible, petty, and driven by the same base desires that motivated their earthly worshippers. The crisis began not with war or catastrophe, but with an act of calculated treachery that struck at the very heart of the cosmic order. Bane, the god of tyranny, Ream Strife, and Merkel, the lord of the dead, had spent centuries planning what they believed would be the ultimate expression of divine ambition. The theft of the Tablets of Fate, the cosmic artifacts that contained the fundamental laws governing the relationship between gods and mortals. These tablets were not mere objects but living repositories of cosmic law, stored in the celestial realm of Celestia, under the direct protection of Aul, the Overgod whose authority transcended that of all other divine beings. The tablets contained the essential rules that defined how divine power could be wielded, how worship was converted into divine strength, and most importantly, the boundaries that separated the divine realm from the material plane. The theft itself was a masterwork of divine cunning that required the conspirators to exploit weaknesses in the cosmic order that had existed since the formation of the current pantheon. Bain and Merkel had discovered that Ao's attention, vast as it was, could not simultaneously focus on all aspects of cosmic administration. By creating carefully orchestrated crises in multiple planes of existence, they managed to distract the Overgod's attention long enough to infiltrate Celestia and steal the tablets during a moment of divine inattention. The immediate consequence of the theft was unlike anything that had occurred since the formation of the current multiverse. Ao, discovering the loss of the tablets, reacted with a fury that shook the foundations of reality itself. His response was swift, absolute, and terrifying in its scope. Every god in the pantheon, guilty and innocent alike, was stripped of their divine essence and cast down to walk the material plane as mortals until the tablets could be recovered and the cosmic order restored. The spectacle of gods walking among mortals as flesh and blood beings was unprecedented in recorded history. Tyr, the god of justice, found himself trapped in the body of a wounded warrior, his divine sight replaced by mortal blindness, his cosmic authority reduced to the desperate hope that his earthly followers would recognize and aid him. Maestra, the goddess of magic who had inherited Mistril's responsibilities after Karsus's folly, discovered that her mortal form was subject to the same magical limitations that constrained every other spellcaster in the world. The psychological trauma of divine incarnation was perhaps even more devastating than the physical limitations it imposed. Beings who had existed for millennia, as pure consciousness and unlimited power, suddenly found themselves confined within mortal flesh, subject to hunger, thirst, fatigue, and pain. They experienced emotions with an intensity that their divine nature had never allowed, feeling fear, desperation, and vulnerability for the first time in their cosmic existence. The impact on mortal civilization was immediate and catastrophic. Clerics across Faerun discovered that their prayers went unanswered, their healing spells failed to function, and their ability to turn undead had simply vanished. Temples that had served as centers of divine power for centuries became empty buildings where desperate priests performed rituals that produced no effect beyond psychological comfort for the faithful. The collapse of divine magic created a cascading series of crises that threatened to destroy the carefully maintained balance between civilization and chaos. Undead creatures, no longer restrained by the threat of divine intervention, began to emerge from their hidden lairs in unprecedented numbers. Fiends and other extraplanar entities, sensing the temporary absence of divine protection, launched invasions into the material plane that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. In the great city of Tantris, where the god Torm had manifested in mortal form, the entire population found themselves caught in the middle of a cosmic drama that they could barely comprehend. The once mighty deity, reduced to the form of a young human warrior, struggled to convince anyone of his true identity, while battling both mortal skeptics and supernatural enemies drawn by the scent of vulnerable divinity. The irony of the situation was not lost on those mortals who possessed the wisdom to perceive it. The gods, who had long demanded absolute faith and worship from their followers, now found themselves in desperate need of mortal assistance. Divine beings who had rarely concerned themselves with the daily struggles of earthly existence suddenly discovered what it meant to depend on others for survival, protection, and basic necessities. Maestra's mortal incarnation in the city of Shadowdale provided perhaps the most poignant example of this reversal of roles. The goddess who controlled the very weave of magic found herself relying on a small group of mortal adventurers for protection against enemies who sought to claim her divine essence for themselves. Her desperate alliance with beings she had previously regarded as insignificant servants became the foundation for a new understanding of the relationship between divine and mortal power. The quest to recover the stolen tablets of fate transformed from a divine responsibility into a joint effort between incarnated gods and their mortal allies. Bain and Merkel, still possessing fragments of their divine essence, due to their role in the theft, had hidden the tablets in locations protected by challenges that required both divine knowledge and mortal cunning to overcome. The first tablet was discovered in the ruins of the ancient city of Draenor, where Bane had hidden it within a magical maze that existed partially outside normal space-time. The recovery required Torm's divine understanding of cosmic law combined with the puzzle-solving abilities of mortal adventurers, who could think in ways that divine consciousness found difficult to replicate. The search for the second tablet led to the Shadowfell, that dark reflection of the material plane, where Merkel had attempted to establish a new base of power, using the cosmic authority stolen from the divine artifacts. The confrontation in that realm of shadows became a battle not just for the recovery of cosmic law, but for the fundamental principle of whether divine power should be subject to the same moral constraints that governed mortal behavior. Throughout these trials, the incarnated gods began to experience something that their divine nature had never allowed them to fully understand: the perspective of those who worshipped them. They learned what it meant to feel powerless in the face of overwhelming odds, to depend on hope rather than certainty, to face the possibility of permanent death rather than temporary setback. This education in mortality transformed the gods in ways that mere cosmic knowledge never could. Tyr's understanding of justice deepened when he experienced firsthand what it meant to be vulnerable to injustice. Maestra's appreciation for the careful balance required in magical practice grew when she had to work within the same limitations that constrained mortal wizards. The climactic confrontation with the thieves of cosmic law took place in the city of Tantras, where Bane had manifested in mortal form to reclaim the divine essence he believed rightfully belonged to him. The battle that followed was unlike any conflict in recorded history, pitting incarnated gods against each other, while mortal allies fought to tip the balance between cosmic order and divine anarchy. Bane's death during this confrontation sent shockwaves through both the divine and mortal realms. For the first time in cosmic history, a god had been permanently destroyed while in mortal form, proving that divine beings were not truly immortal when stripped of their cosmic protections. The realization that gods could die just like mortals fundamentally altered the relationship between the divine and earthly realms. Merkel's subsequent destruction in Waterdeep, where he had attempted to claim the power of the dead god Bane for himself, confirmed that the time of troubles represented a permanent change in the cosmic order rather than a temporary crisis. The old certainties about divine immortality and absolute power had been shattered, along with the cosmic law that had maintained them. The recovery of the Tablets of Fate and their return to Au marked the official end of the time of troubles, but the restoration of the divine order was fundamentally different from what had existed before. The gods who were elevated back to divine status retained the memories and perspectives they had gained during their mortal incarnation, creating a pantheon that was both more powerful and more humble than their predecessors. Au's response to the crisis included new restrictions on divine behavior, designed to prevent future theft of cosmic authority. The reformed divine order included safeguards that would automatically strip any god of divine power if they attempted to directly violate cosmic law, while also establishing clearer boundaries between divine and mortal spheres of influence. The mortal heroes who had aided the incarnated gods during the time of troubles found themselves elevated to divine status as a reward for their service and as a means of filling the gaps left by the destruction of Bane and Merkel. This unprecedented elevation of mortals to godhood created a new category of divine beings who retained vivid memories of mortal existence and therefore understood the perspective of their worshippers in ways that older gods never could. Cyric, the mortal thief who had played a crucial role in Bane's destruction, became the new god of murder and strife, inheriting a portfolio that included some of the most destructive aspects of divine power. His elevation served as both reward and warning that mortal deeds during times of cosmic crisis could have consequences that lasted for eternity. Midnight, the mortal wizard who had served as Mystra's primary ally during her incarnation, was chosen to become the new goddess of magic, inheriting the responsibility for maintaining the weave that Karsus's folly had nearly destroyed centuries earlier. Her transformation from mortal spellcaster to divine guardian of magic represented the completion of a cosmic cycle that had begun with the fall of Netheril. Kelenvor, the mortal warrior whose tragic curse had been broken through divine intervention, became the new Lord of the Dead, bringing to that grim portfolio an understanding of mortality that Merkel had never possessed. His divine reign would be characterized by a more compassionate approach to death and judgment, reflecting his mortal experience of loss and suffering. The theological implications of the time of troubles reverberated through every temple, shrine, and center of worship across Faerun. The revelation that gods could be stripped of their power, forced to walk as mortals, and even permanently destroyed, challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of divinity that had shaped religious thought for millennia. Many faithful interpreted the crisis as evidence that their gods were more accessible and understanding than previously believed, since their divine protectors had literally shared the mortal experience. Others saw it as proof that the gods were as flawed and fallible as any mortal being, undermining the absolute authority that divine worship had traditionally demanded. The new divine order that emerged from the time of troubles reflected a more collaborative relationship between gods and mortals than had existed in previous ages. The gods who retained their divine status after the crisis showed greater awareness of mortal concerns and more willingness to intervene directly in earthly affairs when cosmic law permitted such intervention. The establishment of the new pantheon also created opportunities for divine innovation that had been impossible under the rigid cosmic order that had preceded the crisis. Younger gods brought fresh perspectives to ancient portfolios, while the traumatic shared experience of mortality created bonds between divine beings that transcended traditional rivalries and competitions. Yet the time of troubles also demonstrated that cosmic order, once disrupted, was extremely difficult to restore completely. The scars left by the crisis continued to affect both divine and mortal realms for decades afterward, creating instabilities in the flow of divine magic and unpredictable variations in the relationship between worship and divine power. The long-term consequences of the crisis extended far beyond the immediate changes in the pantheon. The knowledge that gods could be held accountable for their actions, that divine power was not absolute, and that mortals could play decisive roles in cosmic affairs, fundamentally altered the balance of power between the earthly and divine realms. Future generations of mortals would approach divine worship with a more nuanced understanding of the god's nature and limitations. The absolute submission that had characterized earlier religious traditions gave way to a more partnership-based relationship, where mortal faith and divine power were understood to be mutually dependent, rather than hierarchically ordered. The time of troubles had proven that even cosmic order was subject to change, that even the gods themselves could be forced to grow and evolve, and that the relationship between divine and mortal realms was not fixed but dynamic. The wheel of time had turned once more, carrying both gods and mortals into a new age, where the old certainties had been replaced by new possibilities for growth, understanding, and cooperation. The greatest lesson of the time of troubles was that power, without accountability, was inherently unstable. That even divine authority was meaningless without the wisdom to use it responsibly, and that the most profound transformations often came, not from the exercise of power, but from the experience of vulnerability. The gods had learned what it meant to be mortal, and in doing so, they had become more divine than they had ever been before. Chapter 8. The Spell Plague. There is a terrifying truth, hidden within the very fabric of magic itself, that the forces which enable creation are equally capable of bringing about complete annihilation, and that the line between miraculous blessing and apocalyptic curse is far thinner than any mortal dares to contemplate. In the year 1385 by the Dale Reckoning, this truth was written across the face of Toril in letters of blue fire, when the assassination of the goddess Mystra sent shockwaves through the weave that would transform the very nature of reality itself. The Spell Plague, as this catastrophe came to be known, was not merely a magical disaster, but a fundamental rewriting of the laws that governed existence. a century-long period of chaos during which the boundary between possible and impossible became meaningless. The crisis began in the most unlikely of places, not on Toril itself, but in the shadowy realm of the Shadowfell, where the remnants of ancient Netheril had spent over a millennium preparing for their return to power. The Shadowvar, descendants of the survivors who had fled to that dark dimension during Karsus's folly, had become something more and less than human through their prolonged exposure to shadow magic. They had preserved their civilization by embracing the very forces that most creatures feared, transforming themselves into beings of living shadow who could manipulate darkness as easily as breathing. For over 1,000 years the Shadowvar had watched the world they had once ruled, nursing grievances that had grown more bitter with each passing century. They had seen lesser civilizations rise and fall on lands that their ancestors had once claimed, watched as primitive kingdoms prospered, using magical techniques that paled in comparison to the sophisticated arcane arts that Netheril had mastered. The floating cities had fallen, but the dream of Netherese supremacy had never died. It had merely been waiting for the right moment to reassert itself. That moment came when the Shadowvar discovered that the weave itself had grown unstable in certain regions where powerful magic had been repeatedly used. These areas of weakness were invisible to most observers, but beings who had spent centuries studying the fundamental structure of magical reality could perceive the subtle fractures that threatened to spread throughout the entire magical field. The Shadowvar Prince Brennus, perhaps the most brilliant magical theorist to emerge from their shadow-touched civilization, developed a plan that was audacious in its scope and terrifying in its implications. He proposed to deliberately murder Mystra, the goddess of magic, in order to create a controlled collapse of the weave that could be guided and shaped according to Netheril's design. The plan was based on theoretical work that had been conducted in secret for centuries, research into the fundamental relationship between divine consciousness and the magical forces that shaped reality. Brennus believed that by killing Mystra at precisely the right moment and in exactly the right way, the Shadowvar could cause the weave to collapse in a pattern that would eliminate their enemies while strengthening their own magical abilities. The assassination itself was a masterwork of magical precision and cold calculation. Using artifacts preserved from the original Netherese Empire, enhanced with centuries of shadow magic research, the Shadowvar struck at Mystra during a moment when her divine attention was focused on maintaining a particularly delicate aspect of the weave's structure. The goddess's death was not the clean elimination that Brennus had calculated. Divine beings, even when destroyed, do not simply cease to exist. Their essential nature becomes part of the cosmic forces they had controlled. Mystra's destruction sent her divine essence cascading through the weave in uncontrolled waves of raw magical energy that began to tear apart the carefully maintained structure of the magical field itself. The immediate effects of the goddess's death were visible across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. The weave, deprived of the divine consciousness that had guided its operation since the time of troubles, began to collapse in cascading failures that spread like cracks in shattered glass. Each failure created new instabilities that accelerated the destruction of adjacent areas, turning the collapse into a self-perpetuating catastrophe that no remaining divine power could control or contain. On Toril, the first manifestation of the spell plague appeared as brilliant blue flames that erupted from points where the weave's structure had been particularly strained. These fires were not heat in any conventional sense, but pure magical energy given visible form, energy that transformed everything it touched, according to principles that defied all previous understanding of magical law. The city of Hlondeth was among the first to experience the full fury of the spell plague's transformative power. The blue fire swept through the settlement like a living thing, turning buildings into impossible architectural forms that existed partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Citizens caught in the flames found themselves changed in ways that challenged the very concept of what it meant to be human. Some were transformed into beings of living crystal. Others became creatures that existed as pure magical energy, while still others found themselves scattered across multiple planes of existence, with their consciousness divided between different versions of reality. The magical catastrophe spread with terrifying speed, following the pathways of the damaged weave like an infection racing through a wounded body. Regions that had been heavily dependent on magic suffered the most devastating effects, as the collapse of the weave eliminated not just spellcasting ability, but all the magical infrastructure that such areas had relied upon for basic survival. The great magical academies of the world found themselves facing destruction that was both physical and philosophical. Centuries of accumulated magical knowledge became useless overnight, as the fundamental principles that governed spellcasting were rewritten by forces beyond mortal comprehension. Master wizards who had spent decades perfecting their understanding of arcane theory discovered that their carefully learned techniques no longer functioned, while apprentices found that spells they had barely begun to understand sometimes worked with devastating effectiveness. In the region that would become known as the Plaguelands, the blue fire burned for months without pause, creating a zone of chaotic magical transformation where the laws of physics themselves became unreliable. Gravity might flow upward in certain areas, time could move backward or forward in random loops, and solid matter could become incorporeal without warning. Those few brave or foolish enough to enter these regions returned with tales of landscapes that changed their fundamental nature from moment to moment, and creatures that had been transformed into forms that had no names in any mortal language. The kingdom of Halroa, perhaps the most magically advanced civilization since the fall of Netheril, faced extinction as the spell plague turned their magical defenses against them. The floating citadels that had protected the realm for centuries plummeted to earth, as their levitation magic failed catastrophically. The magical barriers that had kept hostile forces at bay suddenly began admitting creatures from other planes of existence, while simultaneously trapping the kingdom's own population within zones of chaotic transformation. Yet the most terrifying aspect of the spell plague was not its immediate destructive power, but its ability to rewrite the fundamental nature of those it touched. The afflicted, known as spellscarred, were not simply wounded or transformed, they were connected to the chaotic magical forces that had been unleashed by Mystra's death in ways that made them living conduits for unpredictable magical effects. Some spellscarred individuals gained abilities that far exceeded anything normal spellcasters could achieve, able to manipulate reality through pure will rather than learned magical techniques. Others found themselves subject to random magical effects that they could not control or predict, their very presence causing spontaneous transformations in their environment. The most severely affected became walking disasters, unable to interact with normal reality without causing magical catastrophes that could devastate entire communities. The collapse of traditional magical education and practice created a crisis of knowledge that threatened to plunge civilization back into a pre-magical dark age. Libraries containing centuries of accumulated arcane wisdom became useless as the spells and techniques they described no longer functioned. Master craftsmen who had depended on magic to create their finest works found themselves reduced to using purely mundane techniques they had not practiced in decades. The divine response to the spell plague was complicated by the fact that Mystra's death had eliminated the primary divine authority responsible for maintaining magical order. The remaining gods found themselves forced to assume responsibilities they were not prepared for, attempting to maintain aspects of the weave's function while lacking the specialized knowledge that had made Mystra uniquely qualified for her role. Azuth, the god of wizards who had served as Mystra's chief lieutenant, attempted to assume control over the magical forces that his superior had managed. But his divine nature was focused on the practice and teaching of magic rather than the fundamental maintenance of the weave itself. His efforts to restore stability had limited success and often created new problems, as his divine intervention interacted unpredictably with the already chaotic magical environment. The century that followed Mystra's assassination became known as the Wailing Years, a period during which the very nature of magical practice was fundamentally transformed. The rigid structure that had characterized the weave since its recreation after Karsus's folly was replaced by a more fluid, chaotic system where magical effects could be achieved through methods that bore little resemblance to traditional spellcasting. Some regions of Toril were changed so fundamentally by the spell plague that they became virtually uninhabitable by normal standards. The churning gulf, once a body of water that connected distant lands, became a zone of constant magical storms, where the boundary between sea and sky lost all meaning. Ships that entered this region might find themselves sailing through clouds while fish swam through the air around them, or discover that their vessels had been transformed into creatures that could think and feel. Other areas experienced more subtle but equally profound changes. The Dalelands found their agricultural cycles disrupted by magical effects that caused crops to grow at different rates in adjacent fields, creating harvests that might occur multiple times in a single year, or not at all for several seasons. Communities that had relied on consistent magical services for generations had to develop entirely new ways of accomplishing basic tasks like healing the sick, preserving food, and communicating across distances. The social and political upheavals caused by the spell plague were as devastating as its magical effects. Kingdoms that had based their power on magical superiority found themselves reduced to equality with their previously inferior neighbors. Trade routes that had depended on magical transportation became unusable, while new opportunities arose for those clever enough to develop alternative methods of moving goods and people. The Church of Maestra, which had been one of the most powerful religious organizations in Faerun, faced complete dissolution as their goddess's death eliminated the source of their divine magic. Many priests lost their faith entirely, unable to reconcile their belief in Mistra's protection with the reality of her destruction. Others began to develop new theological frameworks that could accommodate the possibility of divine mortality and the temporary nature of even the most fundamental cosmic forces. Perhaps most significantly, the spell plague forced a complete re-evaluation of the relationship between magic and civilization. The assumption that magical advancement inevitably led to social progress was challenged by the demonstrable fact that the most magically advanced societies had suffered the most devastating effects when the weave collapsed. Communities that had maintained strong non-magical traditions and skills found themselves better equipped to survive the crisis than those that had become completely dependent on arcane techniques. The gradual development of new magical practices during the Wailing Years represented a fundamental shift in how mortals approached arcane power. Rather than attempting to master magic through rigid adherence to established techniques, the new generation of spellcasters learned to work with the chaotic forces that had been unleashed, adapting their methods to accommodate the unpredictable nature of the transformed weave. These new practitioners, often called weavers or shapers, developed techniques that emphasized flexibility and improvisation rather than precise control. They learned to guide magical forces rather than commanding them, to work with chaos rather than imposing order, and to accept that magical effects might not always match their intentions exactly, but could still be useful if approached with creativity and adaptability. The political implications of the spell plague's effects continued to unfold throughout the century of chaos. The Shadavar, whose assassination of Mistra had triggered the crisis, found that their carefully planned conquest of Faerun was complicated by the unpredictable effects of the magical catastrophe they had unleashed. While they had indeed gained significant advantages from their understanding of shadow magic, the chaotic nature of the new magical environment made it impossible to implement the systematic domination they had envisioned. Instead of the quick victory they had anticipated, the Shadavar found themselves engaged in a prolonged struggle to establish control over a world that had become fundamentally alien even to their enhanced understanding. Their shadow magic gave them advantages in some situations, but the chaotic nature of the transformed weave meant that their enemies could sometimes access power sources that were completely unexpected and unpredictable. The gradual emergence of a new magical order during the later decades of the Wailing Years was marked by the slow development of techniques that could work reliably within the chaotic environment that the spell plague had created. These methods required fundamentally different approaches to magical theory and practice, emphasizing intuition and adaptation over memorization and rigid technique. The new generation of magical practitioners who emerged during this period possessed capabilities that were both more limited and more flexible than their predecessors. They could not achieve the massive magical effects that had characterized the age of Netheril or the elven high magic of earlier eras, but they could adapt their techniques to function effectively in situations where traditional magic would have failed completely. As the wailing years drew to a close, the transformed world began to stabilize into new patterns that would define the magical environment for generations to come. The spell plague had not simply destroyed the old magical order, it had replaced it with something fundamentally different, a system that was more chaotic, but also more resilient, more difficult to master, but also more accessible to those willing to embrace uncertainty and change. The century of magical chaos had taught those who survived it that stability was not a permanent feature of the universe, but a temporary condition that could be lost without warning. The new magical traditions that emerged from the spell plague reflected this understanding, emphasizing adaptability and resilience over power and control. The legacy of the spell plague would continue to shape the world long after the blue fires had finally burned themselves out, serving as a permanent reminder that even the most fundamental aspects of reality were subject to change, and that the greatest magical achievements were meaningless if they could not survive the inevitable transformations that time and circumstance would bring. In the end, the spell plague had accomplished something that no previous magical catastrophe had achieved. It had forced an entire world to fundamentally reconsider the relationship between magic and civilization, power and responsibility, stability and change. The wheel of time had turned once more, carrying the survivors into a new age where the old certainties had been replaced by new possibilities and new dangers that would challenge every assumption about what magic could and should accomplish in mortal hands. Chapter 9. The Sundering. There exists a point in every cycle of destruction and renewal when the universe itself seems to hold its breath, waiting to see whether the forces of chaos will triumph completely, or whether some new form of order will emerge from the ashes of what came before. In the year 1482 by the Dale reckoning, nearly a century after the spell plague had rewritten the fundamental laws of magic, Toril stood at precisely such a crossroads. The Sundering, as this final great transformation would come to be known, was not merely another magical catastrophe, but the universe's own attempt to heal the wounds that a century of chaos had inflicted upon the fabric of reality itself. The seeds of the Sundering were planted, not by mortal ambition or divine conflict, but by the gradual recognition among the cosmic forces that governed existence, that the changes wrought by the spell plague had pushed reality so far from its natural state that permanent damage was becoming inevitable. The chaotic magical environment that had emerged from Mystra's assassination was not sustainable in the long term. It was slowly but inexorably unraveling the basic structures that held the multiverse together. The Overgod, whose attention had been focused on maintaining cosmic stability since the time of troubles, began to perceive that the fundamental alterations to the weave's structure were creating stress fractures that extended far beyond the material plane. The barriers between different dimensions were weakening, the flow of time was becoming irregular in certain regions, and most disturbing of all, the boundary between reality and the far realm was beginning to dissolve in ways that threatened to allow alien influences to corrupt the entire cosmos. The divine response to this crisis was unlike anything that had occurred in previous ages. Rather than allowing the cosmic forces to continue their chaotic evolution, Io made the decision to actively intervene in the natural order, using his ultimate authority to force a controlled transformation that would restore stability, while preserving as much as possible of what had developed during the century of magical chaos. This intervention took the form of what mortals would experience as the Sundering, a carefully orchestrated series of reality-altering events designed to separate the stable elements of existence from the chaotic influences that threatened to destroy everything. The process was not gentle or gradual, but rather a cosmic surgery performed on the living body of reality itself, cutting away diseased tissue while attempting to preserve healthy structures. The first manifestation of the Sundering was the return of the lost continent of Evermeet, the ancient elven homeland that had been transported to the Feywild during the magical chaos following the Crown Wars. The continent's reappearance in the material plane was not a simple restoration, but a fundamental alteration in the relationship between different dimensions, creating permanent bridges between the material world and its magical reflection. The sight of an entire continent materializing from nothing challenged every assumption about the nature of reality that had developed during the previous century. Evermeet's return brought with it landscapes that had been shaped by Feywild magic for millennia, creating regions where the laws of physics operated according to principles that were alien to the material plane, yet somehow compatible with it. The elven refugees who had accompanied their homeland into the Feywild returned as beings fundamentally changed by their exposure to pure magical essence. They had become something more and less than their original selves, creatures who existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, whose thoughts moved in patterns that reflected the chaotic beauty of the Feywild, whose very presence caused reality to shimmer and shift in ways that created new possibilities for magical achievement. The reappearance of Evermeet was followed by similar restorations across Toril, as regions that had been lost, destroyed, or transformed beyond recognition during the spell plague suddenly began to reassert their original forms. The process was not uniform or predictable. Some areas returned exactly as they had been before the magical catastrophe, while others emerged as hybrid constructions that combined their original nature with characteristics acquired during their time in altered states. The city of Mythdraenor, destroyed centuries earlier during the Elven decline, suddenly reappeared as a fully functioning metropolis populated by beings who claimed to have been living there continuously, despite the fact that the city had been nothing but ruins for generations. These inhabitants possessed memories of events that had never occurred in the material plane, suggesting that the city had continued to exist in some parallel dimension, where history had followed a different course. Perhaps most dramatically, the great desert of Enorok began to recede, revealing landscapes that had been buried beneath the sands since the fall of Netheril. Ancient cities emerged from the dunes, not as ruins, but as living communities where the descendants of Netheril's survivors had somehow continued their civilization in hidden pocket dimensions that were only now reconnecting with the main timeline of reality. The Shadowvar, who had spent the century since the spell plague attempting to rebuild their empire, found their carefully laid plans completely disrupted by these cosmic changes. The shadow magic that had given them their advantages was becoming increasingly unreliable, as the boundaries between dimensions shifted and stabilized in new configurations that their techniques had not been designed to accommodate. The magical transformations that accompanied the Sundering were fundamentally different from the chaotic effects of the spell plague. Where the earlier catastrophe had introduced random and unpredictable changes, the Sundering's alterations followed patterns that suggested conscious design and purposeful intent. Reality was not simply changing, it was being actively reshaped according to principles that prioritized stability and sustainability over power and innovation. The new form of the weave that emerged from the Sundering represented a synthesis of the ordered structure that had characterized pre-spell plague magic with the flexibility and adaptability that had developed during the century of chaos. Magic became more reliable and predictable than it had been during the Wailing Years, but it retained the capacity for unexpected effects and creative applications that the rigid pre-plague system had discouraged. Spellcasters who had learned their techniques during the chaotic century found that their abilities were both enhanced and constrained by the new magical environment. The intuitive, adaptive methods they had developed could now achieve more consistent results, but the purely chaotic effects that had sometimes granted access to impossible powers were no longer available. The return of traditional magical education and formal spellcasting techniques was not simply a restoration of pre-plague methods, but an evolution that incorporated the lessons learned during the century of magical chaos. The new generation of magical academies taught students to work with uncertainty and change, rather than seeking to eliminate them, creating practitioners who were more resilient and adaptable than their predecessors. The divine pantheon that emerged from the Sundering reflected the cosmic transformation that had occurred. Maestra was restored to her position as goddess of magic, but her divine nature had been fundamentally altered by the experience of death and resurrection. She brought to her renewed role an understanding of magic's chaotic potential that her previous incarnation had lacked, creating a more nuanced approach to maintaining the weave's stability. The new maestra worked to establish magical laws that could accommodate both order and chaos, creating a system that was stable enough to support civilization, but flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances. Her divine guidance emphasized the importance of balance between different magical approaches, rather than the dominance of any single tradition or technique. The political landscape of Faerun was completely transformed by the geographical changes that accompanied the Sundering. Nations that had been separated by vast distances suddenly found themselves as neighbors, while others discovered that their traditional trade routes had been eliminated by the reappearance of barriers that had been absent for generations. The kingdom of Cormor found itself facing new challenges as the restoration of ancient elven territories created complex questions about territorial sovereignty and historical claims. Lands that had been considered permanently lost were suddenly available for resettlement, but often by multiple groups with equally valid historical connections to the areas in question. The return of lost populations created demographic pressures that strained the resources of established communities, while also providing opportunities for cultural exchange and technological advancement. Refugees from parallel timelines brought knowledge and skills that had developed along different evolutionary paths, creating possibilities for innovation that would not have existed under normal circumstances. The Harpers, that ancient organization dedicated to maintaining the balance between civilization and wilderness, found their traditional role fundamentally altered by the cosmic changes. The careful equilibrium they had worked for centuries to maintain had been completely disrupted by the Sundering's effects, requiring them to develop entirely new approaches to their mission of preserving stability and preventing the rise of threatening powers. The emergence of new magical phenomena during the Sundering created opportunities for advancement and discovery that had not existed since the fall of Netheril. Young mages found themselves able to achieve effects that had been impossible during either the rigid pre-plague era or the chaotic Wailing Years, as the synthesized magical environment supported techniques that drew upon both traditional and innovative approaches. The scholarly community faced the enormous challenge of cataloging and understanding the changes that had occurred, attempting to develop new theoretical frameworks that could explain how multiple versions of reality had been combined into a single coherent cosmos. The task was complicated by the fact that many of the phenomena they were studying existed partially outside normal space-time, making conventional research methods inadequate. The religious implications of the Sundering were perhaps even more profound than its magical effects. The demonstration that reality itself could be fundamentally restructured by divine will challenged theological assumptions about the permanence of creation and the nature of divine authority. Some interpreted the events as evidence of the gods' ultimate power, while others saw them as proof that even divine beings were subject to forces beyond their control. The emergence of new forms of divine magic during the Sundering created opportunities for religious innovation that had not existed since the time of Troubles. Clerics discovered that their connections to divine power had been strengthened and clarified by the cosmic transformation, while also gaining access to abilities that reflected the changed nature of the multiverse itself. The long-term consequences of the Sundering extended far beyond the immediate geographical and magical changes that marked its occurrence. The synthesis of different timelines and realities created a world that was more complex and varied than what had existed before, but also more stable and sustainable than the chaos-driven environment of the Wailing Years. The new Toril that emerged from the cosmic transformation retained the capacity for change and growth that had been learned during the century of chaos, but within a framework that could support long-term development rather than constant crisis management. Communities could plan for the future with confidence that the fundamental laws governing their existence would remain consistent, while still maintaining the flexibility to adapt to unexpected circumstances. The cultural exchanges that resulted from the mingling of populations from different timelines and dimensions created a renaissance of artistic and intellectual achievement that rivaled the greatest periods in the world's history. New forms of art emerged that incorporated techniques and perspectives from multiple realities, while scholarly advancement accelerated as researchers gained access to knowledge that had developed along different evolutionary paths. The military implications of the Sundering were complex and far-reaching. Traditional concepts of strategic geography had been made obsolete by the reappearance of lost lands and the creation of new connections between distant regions. Military commanders found themselves forced to develop entirely new tactical approaches that could accommodate the changed political and physical landscape. The economic transformations that accompanied the Sundering created both opportunities and challenges for merchants and traders. New markets became available as previously isolated populations were reconnected with the broader world, while traditional trade relationships were disrupted by geographical changes that eliminated familiar routes and created new ones. The restoration of ancient magical items and artifacts during the Sundering provided access to powers and knowledge that had been lost for centuries, but also created new sources of danger, as items that had been safely buried or hidden were suddenly exposed to populations that might not understand their proper use or the risks they represented. The agricultural implications of the geographical changes were enormous, as regions that had been barren for generations suddenly became fertile again, while other areas experienced changes in climate and soil conditions that required the development of new farming techniques. The reappearance of extinct plant and animal species created opportunities for expanded food production, but also introduced ecological complexities that would take generations to fully understand. The philosophical implications of the Sundering challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality, identity, and existence itself. The demonstration that multiple versions of the same events could coexist and eventually be synthesized into a single timeline raised questions about the nature of truth and the reliability of historical knowledge that would occupy thinkers for generations to come. As the immediate effects of the Sundering settled into new patterns of stability, the inhabitants of the transformed world began to appreciate the magnitude of what had occurred. They were living in a reality that had been consciously designed to balance the competing demands of order and chaos, tradition and innovation, stability and change. The new Torah was not simply a restoration of what had existed before the spell plague, nor was it a continuation of the chaotic environment that had characterized the Wailing Years. It was something entirely unprecedented, a world that had been deliberately constructed to incorporate the best aspects of multiple possible realities, while eliminating the destructive elements that had threatened to destroy everything. The Sundering had proven that even the most fundamental aspects of existence could be consciously reshaped when the need was great enough, and the will to act was sufficiently strong. The cosmic forces that governed reality were not immutable laws, but guidelines that could be modified when circumstances required such dramatic intervention. In the end, the Sundering represented the ultimate expression of the principle that destruction and creation were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of a single cosmic process. By allowing the old reality to be partially destroyed and consciously rebuilt, the universe had demonstrated its capacity for self-renewal and adaptation that ensured its continued existence and growth. The wheel of time had turned once more, but this time it had been consciously guided, rather than allowed to spin according to natural forces alone. The age that emerged from the Sundering was one of deliberate balance and purposeful stability, where change would continue to occur, but within a framework designed to support rather than threaten the long-term development of civilization and consciousness throughout the multiverse. Chapter 10. The Great Cities. In the grand tapestry of mortal achievement, there are moments when the scattered threads of human ambition weave together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. When individual dreams coalesce into collective visions that reshape the very landscape of possibility. Across the scarred and renewed face of Toril, rising from the chaos of magical catastrophes and cosmic transformations, stand monuments to this principle of convergent greatness. the great cities that have endured through ages of upheaval to become more than mere settlements, evolving into living embodiments of civilization's highest aspirations and deepest complexities. Waterdeep, the crown of the North, stands as perhaps the most magnificent example of what mortals can achieve when commerce, magic, and political wisdom are combined in careful balance. Built upon the natural harbor where the Sword Coast meets the Sea of Swords, the city has grown from a simple trading post into a metropolis that rivals the greatest achievements of any age. Its whitewashed towers climb skyward in graceful spirals that seem to defy the limitations of ordinary architecture, while its deep harbor accommodates vessels from every corner of the known world. The true genius of Waterdeep lies not in any single achievement, but in its ability to transform challenge into opportunity with each passing generation. When the spell plague ravaged other cities through uncontrolled magical chaos, Waterdeep's leaders had the wisdom to create the magical dead zones that protected the city's core, while channeling dangerous energies into carefully controlled areas where they could be studied and eventually harnessed. When the Sundering reshaped the geographical landscape, the city adapted its trade routes and expanded its influence to encompass new territories and populations. The Lords of Waterdeep, those mysterious masked rulers whose identities remain hidden even from most of their subjects, represent perhaps the most sophisticated form of governance ever developed by mortal minds. Their system of anonymous leadership eliminates the personal ambitions and petty rivalries that have destroyed so many other political arrangements, while their commitment to the city's long-term prosperity transcends the immediate concerns that often drive political decision-making. Looking through the castle ward in the early morning, when the harbor mist still clings to the cobblestones and the great bell of Pyrgiron's palace sounds the changing of the watch, one can sense the accumulated weight of centuries of careful planning and patient development. Every building, every street, every public space has been designed not just for immediate utility, but as part of a grand urban vision that extends far beyond the lifetime of any individual planner or ruler. The dock ward pulses with the constant energy of international commerce, its warehouses and trading halls serving as the meeting point for goods, ideas, and cultures from across the known world. Here, Kelishite spice merchants negotiate with Cormyrian wine traders, while Waterdavian artificers examine magical devices crafted in distant Kara-Tur and debate their potential applications with representatives of the Harpers and other organizations dedicated to maintaining the balance of power. Yet for all its commercial success, Waterdeep's greatest achievement may be its demonstration that prosperity need not come at the expense of justice or beauty. The city's social programs ensure that even the poorest residents have access to basic necessities, while its cultural institutions preserve and advance the arts, sciences, and magical knowledge that represent civilization's highest achievements. The Great Library of Waterdeep contains copies of texts from every major civilization in the world's history, serving as a repository of accumulated wisdom that survives the rise and fall of individual kingdoms and empires. To the south, where the tradeway meets the coastway in a junction that has channeled commerce for over a millennium, stands Baldur's Gate, a city that embodies the entrepreneurial spirit and adaptable pragmatism that have allowed human civilization to flourish despite the constant challenges posed by a world where magic and politics intersect in unpredictable ways. Unlike Waterdeep's carefully planned grandeur, Baldur's Gate has grown organically, expanding and adapting to meet each new opportunity or crisis with the kind of creative improvisation that represents humanity at its most resourceful. The Upper City, perched on the bluffs overlooking the Chionthar River, houses the patriarch families whose wealth and influence have shaped the city's development for generations. These merchant princes and trading magnates represent a form of aristocracy based not on inherited titles, but on demonstrated ability to navigate the complex currents of international commerce and political intrigue. Their grand mansions and private gardens create an atmosphere of refined luxury that rivals the courts of traditional kingdoms, while their business dealings span continents and involve partnerships with entities ranging from legitimate trading companies to organizations whose activities exist in the shadowy margins of legal commerce. The lower city spreads along the riverbank in a maze of warehouses, taverns, and modest residential districts, where the majority of Baldur's Gate's population lives and works. This is where the city's true character reveals itself, in the crowded markets where goods from every corner of Faerun change hands, in the dockside taverns where sailors, merchants, and adventurers share tales of distant lands and dangerous journeys, in the workshops where skilled craftsmen create items that combine traditional techniques with innovations born from exposure to diverse cultural influences. The outer city, that sprawling collection of settlements and businesses that has grown up around Baldur's Gate's walls, represents the city's newest phase of development, a recognition that growth and prosperity cannot be contained within traditional boundaries, but must be allowed to expand and evolve according to natural patterns of economic and social development. Here, refugees from various conflicts and catastrophes have established new communities that contribute their own cultural traditions and specialized skills to the city's ever-expanding capabilities. What makes Baldur's Gate remarkable is not any single achievement, but its demonstration that adaptability and openness to change can be as valuable as careful planning and rigid structure. The city has survived and prospered through the time of troubles, the spell plague, the Sundering, and countless smaller crises by maintaining the flexibility to reinvent itself as circumstances require, while preserving the core values and institutions that define its essential character. The Wide, that great market street that runs through the heart of the lower city, serves as a perfect metaphor for Baldur's Gate's approach to civilization building. Unlike the carefully planned boulevards of more formal cities, the Wide has evolved organically over centuries, following the natural flow of commerce and social interaction, rather than any predetermined design. Yet this apparent randomness has created a space that is both more efficient and more humane than many deliberately planned urban areas, proving that sometimes the best solutions emerge from collective wisdom rather than individual genius. In the eastern reaches of Faerun, where the kingdoms of Cormyr and Sembia meet in an uneasy balance of cooperation and competition, stands Suzail, a city that represents the finest achievements of traditional monarchy, when that ancient form of governance is guided by wisdom, tempered by justice, and supported by institutions that value merit over birth. The capital of Cormyr embodies the principle that royal authority can serve the common good when it is exercised with genuine concern for the welfare of all subjects, rather than the narrow interests of the ruling class. The royal palace of Suzail rises from the city's heart like a crystalline mountain, its towers and spires reaching toward the heavens in expressions of architectural ambition that somehow avoid the hubris that has doomed so many other monuments to royal power. The palace serves not merely as a residence for the royal family, but as the administrative center of a kingdom whose governance systems have evolved over centuries to balance the need for decisive leadership with the equally important requirement for accountability and responsiveness to the people's needs. The promenade, that grand avenue that connects the palace to the harbor, showcases Cormyr's commitment to creating public spaces that serve both practical and aesthetic purposes. The wide street accommodates the commercial traffic that keeps the kingdom prosperous, while also providing a setting for the festivals, parades, and public ceremonies that maintain the social bonds between ruler and subject. The noble mansions that line the promenade represent not just individual wealth but collective achievement, as their owners are expected to contribute their resources and abilities to the kingdom's welfare. Suzail's harbor district demonstrates how traditional values can be adapted to accommodate the realities of an interconnected world, where prosperity depends on successful engagement with diverse cultures and political systems. The city's merchants and diplomats maintain trading relationships and political alliances that span the known world, yet they do so in ways that preserve Cormyr's essential character and values, rather than simply adopting whatever practices prove most immediately profitable. The War Wizards, Cormyr's elite magical practitioners who serve as both protectors and advisors to the crown, represent perhaps the most successful integration of magical power with traditional governmental authority ever achieved. Unlike the arcanists of Netheril who sought to replace conventional leadership with rule by magical superiority, or the magical academies that operate independently of political authority, the war wizards have found ways to place their considerable abilities in service of institutions and values that transcend their individual ambitions. Far to the north, where the great forest of Cormanthor spreads its ancient canopy across the landscape, the restored city of Mithranor stands as living proof that destruction need not be permanent, and that the highest achievements of past ages can be reclaimed and surpassed by those who possess the wisdom to learn from both success and failure. The City of Song, as it was known in its original Golden Age, has emerged from the Sundering not as a mere restoration of what once was, but as a synthesis of elven sophistication, with the hard-won practical wisdom that comes from surviving catastrophic failure. The mythal that protects Mithranor is not simply the original magical field that once made the city impregnable, but a new creation that incorporates lessons learned from the original mythal's eventual failure. The new protective magic is more flexible and adaptive than its predecessor, capable of responding to novel threats while maintaining the essential characteristics that make the city a sanctuary for learning, artistic achievement, and cultural exchange. The College of Mages, that has been re-established in Mithranor, represents a new approach to magical education that combines the theoretical sophistication of traditional elven instruction with the practical adaptability that human magical traditions developed during the spell plague and its aftermath. Students learn not just to master individual spells and techniques, but to understand magic as a living force that must be approached with respect, humility, and constant awareness of its potential for both creation and destruction. The restoration of Mithranor has created opportunities for cultural synthesis that did not exist in the city's original incarnation. Elven refugees returning from the Feywild bring with them magical techniques and artistic traditions that had evolved in isolation for centuries, while human, dwarven, and other non-elven residents contribute perspectives and capabilities that enrich the city's intellectual and cultural life in ways that pure elven civilization could never achieve alone. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these great cities is not their individual achievements, but their collective demonstration that civilization is not a destination, but a process. An ongoing effort to create communities that can nurture the best aspects of mortal nature, while providing protection against both external threats and internal weaknesses that constantly threaten to undermine social cooperation and mutual prosperity. Each of these cities has faced the ultimate test of survival through cosmic catastrophes that destroyed other settlements completely. They have endured not because they were perfect or unchangeable, but because they possessed the flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining core values and institutions that provided continuity and identity through periods of transformation. Waterdeep's careful balance of commerce and governance, Baldur's Gate's entrepreneurial adaptability, Suzale's integration of traditional monarchy with responsive institutions, and Mithranor's synthesis of ancient wisdom with modern practicality. These represent different approaches to the same fundamental challenge of creating human communities that can thrive in a world where magic and mundane concerns intersect in complex and often unpredictable ways. The trade networks that connect these cities create a web of economic and cultural exchange that spans continents and transcends the political boundaries that divide kingdoms and empires. Goods, ideas, people, and innovations flow along these routes in patterns that constantly reshape the societies they touch, creating a dynamic system of mutual influence and interdependence that has proven more resilient than any individual political or military arrangement. The diplomatic relationships between these cities and their surrounding regions demonstrate that cooperation need not require uniformity, that different approaches to governance and social organization can coexist and even strengthen each other through constructive competition and mutual learning. The regular exchange of ambassadors, scholars, merchants, and other representatives creates channels for communication and conflict resolution that have prevented many potential conflicts from escalating into destructive wars. The cultural achievements of these cities, their art, literature, music, scholarship, and magical innovations, represent the collective inheritance of all mortal civilization. The great libraries, academies, theaters, and temples of these urban centers preserve and advance knowledge and artistic traditions that would otherwise be lost to the constant changes and challenges that characterize existence in a world where cosmic forces regularly reshape the basic conditions of life. Perhaps most importantly, these cities serve as beacons of hope and possibility for smaller communities throughout the world. They demonstrate that mortal beings, despite their individual limitations and collective tendencies toward conflict and competition, can create institutions and traditions that transcend the lifespan of any individual and provide stability and opportunity for countless future generations. As travelers approach any of these great cities for the first time, they experience something that goes beyond mere impressiveness or beauty. They sense the accumulated weight of countless individual choices and sacrifices that have been made in service of collective goals that extend far beyond personal gain or temporary advantage. They feel the presence of something that is greater than the sum of its parts, the living embodiment of civilization's highest aspirations. The towers and walls of these cities will eventually crumble, their current inhabitants will pass into memory, and the specific challenges they face today will be replaced by new problems that require new solutions. Yet the principles they embody, the commitment to justice, prosperity, learning, and beauty that has guided their development, will continue to inspire future generations of city builders who will face the eternal challenge of creating communities worthy of mortal dreams and divine approval. In the end, the great cities of Toril represent more than geographical locations or political entities. They are proof that the wheel of time, for all its tendency to carry destruction and transformation, can also be a force for accumulation and advancement, that each turn can build upon the achievements of previous generations to create something greater than what existed before. They stand as monuments to the principle that true greatness lies not in the pursuit of individual glory, but in the patient work of building institutions and traditions that serve the common good across the generations, creating legacies that endure long after their builders have passed into legend. Chapter 11. The Eternal Conflicts. Conflict is the crucible in which the character of civilizations is both forged and tested, the eternal struggle that reveals whether the values a society claims to cherish merely pleasant words or principles worth defending with blood and sacrifice. Across the tapestry of Toril's history, certain conflicts have transcended the boundaries of simple territorial disputes or political disagreements to become something far more profound, cosmic struggles that reflect the fundamental tensions inherent in existence itself, battles that must be fought again and again because they represent opposing forces that can never be permanently reconciled, only temporarily balanced. In the deepest places beneath the world, where the boundaries between planes grow thin and the very stones whisper of ancient malevolence, the blood war rages eternal between the forces of law and chaos that mortals know as devils and demons. This conflict predates the creation of most mortal races, stretching back to the first moments when the cosmic forces of order and entropy gained consciousness and began their struggle for dominance over the fundamental nature of reality itself. The Blood War is not merely a military conflict but a philosophical argument conducted with armies of fiends, a debate about the nature of evil itself that plays out across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. The devils of the nine hells represent evil disciplined and organized, malevolence given structure and purpose through rigid hierarchies and carefully planned strategies. They seek to prove that corruption can be systematized, that wickedness becomes more effective when it is channeled through institutional frameworks that maximize its impact while minimizing waste and inefficiency. The demons of the abyss embody the opposing principle, evil as pure chaos, destruction for its own sake, malevolence freed from any constraint or limiting factor that might reduce its immediate impact. They represent the argument that true wickedness cannot be contained within artificial structures, that evil achieves its greatest power when it is allowed to express itself without limitation or compromise. The reverberations of this cosmic conflict extend far beyond the lower planes where the primary battles are fought. Every mortal civilization must eventually confront the question that the blood war poses through violence, whether society is better served by structured authority that may become corrupt, or by individual freedom that may become anarchic. The tension between order and liberty that defines political philosophy throughout the mortal realms is simply a reflection of the greater struggle being waged by entities whose very existence embodies these opposing principles. In the material realm, the echo of this cosmic conflict manifests in struggles that have shaped the development of every major civilization. The ongoing tension between Cormyr and Sembia represents one such reflection, a contest between societies that have chosen fundamentally different approaches to organizing political and economic power. Cormyr's commitment to hereditary monarchy and traditional feudal structures embodies the principle that stability and prosperity are best achieved through institutions that preserve continuity and resist rapid change. Sembia's embrace of mercantile capitalism and social mobility reflects the belief that progress comes through competition and the constant disruption of established patterns. Neither approach is inherently superior to the other, which is why their conflict has persisted for centuries without decisive resolution. Each system possesses advantages that the other lacks, weaknesses that the other's strengths can exploit, and achievements that validate its essential premises while highlighting the limitations of alternative arrangements. The border skirmishes, trade wars, and diplomatic tensions between these neighboring powers serve as laboratory experiments in the practical application of opposing theories about how mortal societies should be organized. The spy networks that both kingdoms maintain within each other's territories represent perhaps the most sophisticated expression of this philosophical conflict. Cormyrian agents work to preserve traditional structures and prevent revolutionary changes that might destabilize their own system, while Sembian operatives seek to identify and exploit opportunities for economic advancement that existing arrangements might inhibit. Their covert activities create a shadow war, where ideas and influences are the primary weapons, and victory is measured not in territory conquered, but in the gradual transformation of enemy society according to one's own principles. Yet even as these earthly kingdoms struggle with questions of governance and economics, a deeper conflict rages in the spiritual realm, the eternal struggle between the forces of light and darkness that determines whether mortal souls will find peace in the afterlife or suffer eternal torment under demonic dominion. This battle is fought not with armies and siege engines, but through the daily choices made by ordinary individuals who may never fully understand the cosmic significance of their actions. The churches of good-aligned deities wage this war through education, healing, and charitable works that demonstrate the practical benefits of living according to moral principles. They seek to prove that virtue is not merely an abstract ideal, but a practical approach to life that produces better outcomes for both individuals and communities than the pursuit of selfish interests or immediate gratification. The cults of evil deities and the temptations of fiendish entities work to undermine this message through corruption, despair, and the seductive promise that power and pleasure can be obtained through shortcuts that avoid the sacrifices normally required for achievement. They offer immediate rewards in exchange for moral compromises that seem insignificant but accumulate over time into spiritual bankruptcy and eventual enslavement. The battlefield of this spiritual conflict exists within the heart of every mortal being, where the choice between right and wrong must be made countless times throughout each individual's lifetime. The cumulative effect of these choices shapes not only personal destiny, but the overall moral climate of entire civilizations, determining whether societies evolve toward greater justice and prosperity, or decline into corruption and eventual collapse. The ancient rivalry between elves and orcs represents another facet of the eternal conflict, embodying the tension between civilization and wilderness, between the desire to improve and control the natural world, and the impulse to accept and adapt to environmental conditions as they exist. This struggle reflects one of the most fundamental questions facing any intelligent species, whether progress consists of reshaping the world to better serve mortal needs, or learning to live in harmony with natural forces that operate according to principles beyond mortal comprehension. Elven civilization, with its emphasis on art, magic, and the creation of beauty, represents the argument that intelligence should be used to enhance and perfect the world's natural gifts. Their cities of living trees, their magical practices that work with rather than against natural forces, and their commitment to preserving knowledge and culture across centuries, demonstrate the potential for conscious improvement of natural conditions without destroying the essential characteristics that make life worth living. Orcish society, with its emphasis on strength, adaptation, and acceptance of natural hierarchy, embodies the counter-argument that attempts to improve upon nature inevitably create artificial problems that are worse than the natural challenges they seek to solve. Their tribal structures, their emphasis on personal prowess over accumulated wealth, and their willingness to migrate when local resources become scarce, reflect a different approach to survival that prioritizes flexibility and resilience over stability and accumulation. The periodic wars between these peoples serve as tests of their respective philosophies, experiments in survival that determine which approach proves more effective under specific circumstances. Sometimes, elven magical sophistication and cultural unity provide decisive advantages, while other conflicts favor orcish adaptability and individual initiative. The fact that neither approach has achieved permanent dominance suggests that both contain essential truths about the relationship between intelligence and environment. The ongoing struggle between the surface world and the Underdark represents yet another dimension of eternal conflict. The tension between revealed truth and hidden knowledge, between the democracy of shared sunlight and the aristocracy of secret wisdom. This battle is waged not only between surface dwellers and the various races that have made their homes in the deep places, but within the hearts and minds of scholars, mages, and seekers of knowledge, who must constantly choose between the safety of accepted wisdom and the dangerous allure of forbidden learning. The drow cities that gleam with Faerzris and magical darkness in the deepest caverns represent the logical endpoint of a society that has chosen secrecy and hidden power over openness and shared prosperity. Their achievements in magical theory, political sophistication, and artistic expression rival anything accomplished by surface civilizations, yet these accomplishments are maintained through systems of oppression and manipulation that ultimately limit their potential for growth and positive development. The constant raids and incursions between surface and Underdark communities serve as reminders that knowledge and power are not morally neutral, that the methods used to acquire and maintain capabilities ultimately determine whether those capabilities serve constructive or destructive purposes. The surface world's relative openness creates vulnerabilities that Underdark dwellers can exploit, while the Underdark's emphasis on secrecy and control creates internal tensions that surface allies can sometimes turn to their advantage. The Red Wizards of Thay represent perhaps the most complex example of eternal conflict in their ongoing struggle with virtually every other magical tradition in the known world. Their philosophy of magical supremacy, the belief that arcane power justifies any action, and that non-spellcasters exist, primarily to serve those who have mastered the mystic arts, places them in fundamental opposition to societies that believe magical ability should be subordinated to moral constraints and social responsibilities. The magical techniques developed by Thaion wizards push the boundaries of what is possible with arcane power, creating innovations that advance magical theory while demonstrating complete disregard for the ethical implications of their research. Their experiments with necromancy, their creation of undead armies, and their systematic exploitation of slave populations provide data about magical potential that other traditions cannot or will not gather through their own research. Yet the isolation and hostility that these methods create ultimately limit Thaion advancement in ways that their wizards are often too proud to acknowledge. The knowledge gained through unethical experimentation is offset by the loss of cooperative relationships that could provide access to different perspectives and alternative approaches. Their magical power is real and formidable, but it is power exercised in service of goals that ultimately prove self-defeating. The eternal nature of these conflicts does not arise from the inability of the participants to resolve their differences, but from the fact that the principles they represent are genuinely incompatible, yet equally valid within their own contexts. Order and chaos, tradition and innovation, cooperation and competition, secrecy and openness. These are not simply different strategies for achieving the same goals, but fundamentally different visions of what goals are worth pursuing. The cosmic significance of these eternal conflicts lies not in their eventual resolution, which may be neither possible nor desirable, but in their function as mechanisms for testing and refining the values and institutions that different societies develop. Each conflict serves as a crucible where competing ideas about truth, justice, power, and purpose are subjected to the ultimate test of practical application under pressure. The heroes who emerge from these conflicts are not necessarily those who achieve victory in any conventional sense, but those who demonstrate the courage to uphold their principles under circumstances where compromise or surrender would be easier and immediately more profitable. Their examples provide guidance for future generations who will face similar choices under different circumstances, but with the same fundamental need to decide what values are worth defending and what prices they are willing to pay to preserve them. The cyclical nature of these struggles reflects the deeper truth that civilizational progress is not a linear advancement towards some predetermined destination, but an ongoing process of adaptation and renewal that requires each generation to rediscover and reaffirm the principles that make social cooperation possible. The conflicts that seem to repeat themselves across centuries are not failures of learning or imagination, but necessary exercises in the maintenance of cultural and spiritual health. The alliances that form and dissolve across these various conflicts demonstrate that the lines between opposing sides are not fixed or permanent, that circumstances can transform enemies into allies, and reveal that apparent opponents share more common ground than either initially recognized. The temporary partnerships between traditional rivals during times of greater crisis prove that pragmatic cooperation is possible, even between groups with fundamentally different worldviews. Yet these same alliances reveal the limitations of purely pragmatic approaches to conflict resolution. Cooperation based solely on mutual advantage tends to dissolve once the immediate crisis that created it has passed, leaving the underlying philosophical differences unresolved and ready to generate new conflicts when circumstances change. The merchant companies and adventuring parties that navigate between these various conflicts represent a different approach to the challenges of existence in a world where eternal struggles create constant danger and opportunity. Rather than committing themselves permanently to any single faction or philosophy, they develop the skills and relationships necessary to work within multiple systems while maintaining independence from all of them. These flexible approaches to survival and advancement demonstrate that individual success does not require participation in the larger conflicts that shape civilizational development, but neither does it exempt individuals from the consequences of those conflicts. The neutral parties who attempt to avoid taking sides in eternal struggles often find themselves forced to choose when circumstances make neutrality impossible to maintain. The wisdom traditions that emerge from contemplation of these eternal conflicts emphasize the importance of understanding the deeper principles at stake, rather than focusing solely on immediate tactical considerations. The greatest military commanders, political leaders, and spiritual guides are those who recognize that temporary victories mean little if they are achieved through methods that undermine the values they were intended to defend. The philosophical schools that study these conflicts as abstract problems in logic and ethics provide theoretical frameworks that help participants understand the broader implications of their choices, but theory alone is insufficient preparation for the practical and emotional challenges of actual conflict. The integration of intellectual understanding with experiential wisdom requires participation in real struggles where the consequences of error are measured in blood and tears rather than academic grades. As the wheel of time continues its eternal turning, These conflicts will undoubtedly take new forms and involve new participants, but the fundamental tensions they represent will persist. As long as conscious beings struggle with questions of how to live, how to organize societies, and how to balance competing demands for security, freedom, justice, and prosperity, the eternal conflicts are not problems to be solved, but conditions to be navigated, challenges that test and strengthen the moral fiber of individuals and civilizations alike. In facing these trials, each generation has the opportunity to demonstrate that the values inherited from previous ages are worth preserving and defending, or to show through their choices that new approaches are needed to address challenges that earlier generations could not have anticipated. The eternal conflicts thus serve, not only as tests of existing wisdom, but as catalysts for the development of new insights and capabilities that enable continued growth and adaptation in an ever-changing cosmos. Chapter 12. The Living Legend. In the end, all history becomes story, and all stories become the living breath of worlds that continue to unfold long after their chroniclers have passed into memory. The Forgotten Realms stands today not as a completed tale, but as an ongoing epic, a vast tapestry of interwoven narratives, where every thread contributes to patterns too large for any single observer to perceive in their entirety. This is the final truth that emerges from our journey through ages of rise and fall, triumph and catastrophe, creation and destruction, that the greatest legends are not those that achieve perfect endings, but those that continue to grow and evolve, inspiring new chapters in the eternal story of conscious beings, striving to create meaning from the raw materials of existence. The very name Forgotten Realms carries within it a profound irony, for these are lands where nothing is truly forgotten, and everything that has ever occurred continues to echo through the present in ways both subtle and dramatic. The ruins of Netheril's flying cities still dot the Anarok desert, their broken stones whispering of ambitions that reached too high, while the deepest foundations of those cities rest upon older ruins that speak of the creator races whose own hubris preceded humanity's by eons. Each layer of history informs and influences the present, creating a world where the past is not merely prologue, but active participant in ongoing drama. In the sewers beneath Waterdeep, adventurers discover chambers that once served as temples to gods whose names have been lost for millennia, yet whose divine essence still lingers in sacred spaces that predate the city above by ages uncounted. These forgotten shrines become focal points for new stories as modern heroes grapple with powers and responsibilities that echo the challenges faced by their predecessors, proving that certain fundamental conflicts transcend the particular circumstances of any single age. The restored halls of Myth-Drannor resonate with songs that were first sung when the world was young, melodies that carry within them the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of every generation that has contributed to their evolution. Elven bards who perform these ancient works discover that each rendering reveals new depths of meaning, as if the songs themselves continue to grow and develop in response to the changing world around them. Deep in the Underdark, where the descendants of the original Dark Elves have built new civilizations from the ashes of their surface exile, the libraries contain texts that chronicle not only what was but what might have been, alternate histories that explore the paths not taken during the Crown Wars, theoretical frameworks that examine how different choices might have led to different outcomes. These archives serve not merely as repositories of knowledge, but as tools for understanding that every moment of decision carries within it infinite possibilities for alternate futures. The merchant caravans that traverse the tradeway carry more than goods between distant cities. They transport stories, ideas, techniques, and perspectives that cross-pollinate between cultures in ways that constantly create new possibilities for growth and innovation. A clockwork mechanism crafted in Lantan Mai thus inspire a Waterdavian artificer to develop entirely new approaches to mechanical engineering, while traditional Cormyrian farming techniques adapted for use in the harsh borderlands might lead to agricultural innovations that feed populations previously thought unsustainable. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Forgotten Realms as a living legend is its capacity to absorb and integrate new elements without losing its essential character. Each group of heroes who ventures forth to seek their fortunes adds their own thread to the great tapestry, contributing experiences and achievements that become part of the world's ongoing story. The tavern tales told in Baldur's Gate include accounts of deeds that occurred last week, alongside legends that stretch back to the dawn of recorded history, creating a continuous narrative where past and present merge into an eternal now. The magical academies where new generations of spellcasters learn their craft serve as perfect examples of this integration. Students study techniques developed by Netheril's arcanists, alongside methods refined during the spell plague, learning to weave together traditional approaches with innovations born from necessity during times of crisis. Their research projects might involve attempting to recreate lost spells from fragmentary texts, while simultaneously developing entirely new applications for recently discovered magical principles. The young war wizard, learning to balance loyalty to the crown with personal magical development, faces fundamentally the same challenges that confronted her predecessors centuries ago. Yet she brings to these timeless problems the accumulated wisdom of every generation that has grappled with the relationship between individual power and social responsibility. Her solutions will be uniquely her own, yet they will also contribute to an ongoing tradition that began with the first human, who learned to channel arcane forces in service of something greater than personal ambition. In the great libraries of Candlekeep, scholars work to preserve and interpret the records of past ages, while simultaneously documenting the events of their own time, understanding that they are not merely observers of history, but active participants in its creation. Their careful analysis of ancient texts reveals patterns and principles that inform contemporary decision-making, while their chronicles of current events provide future generations with the raw materials for understanding how the present grew from the past. The merchants of Sembia, who negotiate trade agreements with distant kingdoms, apply lessons learned from studying the commercial practices of civilizations that flourished and failed millennia ago, adapting ancient wisdom to contemporary circumstances while contributing their own innovations to practices that will outlive their individual careers. Their account books become historical documents that future economists will study to understand how commerce and culture influence each other across generational time spans. The priests who tend temples in small villages throughout Faerun perform rituals that connect them to traditions stretching back to the earliest days of organized religion, yet they also adapt these practices to address the specific needs and challenges of their contemporary congregations. Their daily work of providing spiritual guidance and practical assistance contributes to an ongoing tradition of divine service that transcends the particular theological frameworks within which they operate. The artisans who craft weapons and armor for adventurers draw upon techniques perfected over centuries, while incorporating new materials and methods that emerge from ongoing experimentation and cross-cultural exchange. Each sword forged, each suit of armor fitted, represents both continuation of ancient traditions and innovation appropriate to contemporary needs. The weapons they create will serve heroes whose deeds will become the stuff of future legends, while the techniques they develop will be passed down to apprentices who will face their own challenges and opportunities. The bards who perform in taverns and noble courts throughout the realms serve as living repositories of cultural memory, preserving stories that might otherwise be lost while constantly adapting and expanding these narratives to reflect new insights and perspectives. Their performances are not mere entertainment, but acts of cultural preservation and innovation, maintaining the connection between past and present, while helping to shape the stories that future generations will tell about their own times. The agricultural communities that feed the great cities employ farming techniques that represent thousands of years of accumulated experience with local soil conditions, weather patterns, and crop varieties, yet they must constantly adapt these methods to address changing circumstances, such as shifts in climate, population pressure, and trade opportunities. Their work provides the foundation for all other forms of civilizational achievement, while simultaneously contributing to ongoing innovations in land management and food production. The wilderness guides who lead merchant caravans and adventuring parties through dangerous territories possess knowledge that has been accumulated across generations of exploration and survival. Yet each journey they undertake adds new information to this collective understanding. Their maps and trail notes become resources for future travelers, while their first-hand experience of how the wilderness changes over time contributes to broader understanding of how natural and magical forces interact to shape the physical environment. The diplomatic envoys who negotiate between competing kingdoms and factions draw upon centuries of accumulated wisdom about international relations, while simultaneously developing new approaches to conflict resolution and alliance building. Their successes and failures contribute to evolving understanding of how different forms of government and social organization can coexist and cooperate despite fundamental philosophical differences. Yet the true magic of the Forgotten Realms as a living legend lies not in any particular tradition or institution, but in the dynamic interaction between all these elements. The way individual stories weave together to create collective narratives that are greater than the sum of their parts. Every choice made by every character, from the humblest farmer to the mightiest archmage, contributes to the ongoing evolution of a world that remains perpetually poised between order and chaos, tradition and innovation, individual achievement and collective welfare. The economic systems that connect distant communities through trade networks create opportunities for cultural exchange that would have been impossible in earlier ages, yet these same systems generate new forms of inequality and conflict that require innovative approaches to justice and social organization. The magical techniques that provide unprecedented capabilities for improving living conditions also create new forms of dependency and vulnerability that must be carefully managed to prevent catastrophic failures. The political alliances that maintain peace between traditional enemies enable prosperity and cultural advancement that would be impossible during periods of constant warfare. Yet these same arrangements can become obstacles to necessary changes when circumstances require new approaches to governance and international relations. The religious traditions that provide spiritual guidance and community cohesion must constantly balance preservation of essential truths with adaptation to changing social conditions and expanding understanding of divine will. The scholarly institutions that preserve and advance knowledge create opportunities for unprecedented intellectual achievement, while simultaneously generating new questions and challenges that require wisdom, as well as intelligence to address effectively. The artistic traditions that express and shape cultural identity must maintain continuity with past achievements while remaining relevant to contemporary audiences whose experiences and concerns differ from those of previous generations. The military organizations that protect civilized communities from various threats must balance preparation for known dangers with flexibility to address novel challenges that emerge from the constantly changing political and magical environment. The adventuring companies that explore dangerous territories and recover lost treasures contribute to expanding frontiers of knowledge and opportunity, while sometimes unleashing forces that create new problems for future generations to solve. In all these activities, the participants are simultaneously inheritors of ancient traditions and creators of new possibilities, preservers of established wisdom and pioneers of unprecedented achievements. They live within stories that began long before their birth and will continue long after their deaths, yet their individual contributions shape these ongoing narratives in ways that make each person's choices meaningful, despite the vast scale of the cosmic drama within which they unfold. The Forgotten Realms thus represents the ultimate expression of the principle that legend and reality are not separate categories, but different aspects of a single phenomenon. The ongoing process by which conscious beings create meaning through their interactions with each other and with the environmental conditions that shape their possibilities for achievement and fulfillment. The world is legendary precisely because it is real, and it is real precisely because it continues to generate new legends through the accumulated choices and actions of everyone who participates in its ongoing story. This is why the Forgotten Realms can never truly be forgotten, why its stories continue to inspire and challenge new generations of heroes, scholars, artists, and dreamers. It is not a finished work to be admired from a distance, but a living process that invites participation. A vast collaborative epic, in which every reader becomes a potential author, every observer becomes a potential actor, every dreamer becomes a potential shaper of realities yet to be explored. The wheel of time continues to turn, carrying the accumulated wisdom and folly of ages past into futures that remain unwritten and therefore infinite with possibility. The greatest legends are those that never end, but continue to unfold through the choices and actions of those who understand that they are not merely observers of history, but active participants in its ongoing creation. In the Forgotten Realms, every ending becomes a new beginning, every conclusion opens into new possibilities, and every story told becomes an invitation to discover what stories remain to be lived. The tapestry grows ever more complex and beautiful, each new thread, adding depth and richness to patterns, reflect the eternal human struggle to create meaning, beauty, justice, and hope from the raw materials of existence. This is the living legend that encompasses all other legends, the story of consciousness itself, as it seeks to understand its place in the cosmic order and to contribute something worthy to the great work of creation that began with the first thought and will continue until the last star burns out in the infinite darkness of eternity.